Hello, and welcome back to Week in Review with one and only Doovid. I'm just about to fully screen share, so before I screen share, is it the one? Which one should I be screen sharing here? We've got two Doovids, and we
Okay,
are
yeah,
about
good.
to
Good to
dive right
be
in.
back. So I just clicked on screen share on one of my computers. Have an interesting week. So looking forward to week in review. We got a lot to talk about. Jennifer did some work. She got a new, I think, blog post, and she started to make her outline for theories of everything. So look forward to talk about that. Good, Jennifer got to work on that. So let me just start showing some stuff. So I booked a show. So I've been showing this channel, um, Defense Politics Asia, and I looked at this David Chalmers on Virtual Worlds. Didn't seem like anything new. I didn't even watch that. But this channel on Defense Politics Asia, where he's using the mapping uh, GIS. You know what GIS stands for?
I should.
Geographic Information System. So we have like a map that you could click on and get details. And I'm not sure if you use that in your work as civil engineer, real estate. I've used those quite a bit. So he's been using a geographic information systems map for showing what's happening in Ukraine. He's actually been doing it for other conflicts, but Ukraine has uh, drastically increased his content. So you can see he's got walking problems, common bad. So he had a YouTube channel, not particularly popular, so to say, a few hundred subs, talking about like some QAnon stuff or random politics. He's in Singapore, and so he has a business of Asian, this Defense Politics Asia. I guess he's a graphic designer, and so I joined his Discord and I reached out to him. I was, giving him some insight into how to grow his platform, and I asked him if he'd come on my channel and do a interview, and he said yes. So that will be Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 p.m. Singapore time, where he is. So we're halfway around the globe from each other. Look forward to talking. Here was something interesting. He was trying to figure out, he's doing these maps about the various battle sites, and I guess they have a satellite map um, that shows fires all over the globe. And so he tried to decipher exactly what's going on in the war, God forbid, where there's fighting from fires. And there could be multiple problems from fires. The satellite map will even catch like campfires, forest fires, and then he examined the geographic information system satellite mapping of fires around the world to Ukraine, and from there gave a little bit insight onto what might be happening on the battlefield. So, Ukraine's pretty political. We probably won't talk about that much, but I have a few links related to that because it's probably the most important thing happening in the world. And also for this man Wyatt, who is really seeing tremendous growth in his YouTube channel. He's got quite a few thousand subs because there's a lot of interest. People want to know what's happening in Ukraine, and he's came up with a really good way of representing it on these maps and collecting together a lot of information. And
And
besides
when's your interview with him?
Wednesday, 10 a.m. my time, 10 p.m. his time. He's in Singapore, so
So 10 a.m. Eastern on
yeah,
Wednesday.
yeah. So he's been pretty ingenious in terms of getting information. So I said, like, not only is he looking at the Ukrainian sources and the Russian sources and news and various information about what's happening in specific battles to put on the map. He's included other things that maybe no one else would have thought of, like looking at public satellite maps of fires. So pretty interesting. So check that out Wednesday. I shared that on my Twitter. and Facebook. I'll share that again. So it's coming up in less than a month. Is the larger biannual Science of Consciousness conference with.
I was going to say, if that's annual, the last year went by lightning fast, but it's biannual. So wait, that doesn't
No, it
even
is
work for 2
annual.
years, does it?
It's biannual. There's two biannual ones, so they have a smaller one every 2 years, and they have a larger one every 2 years. So the last one was the smaller one that had focused mostly on Penrose and physics. This one's also in Tuscan, but is a larger one and has many more speakers. So
The one where they shut down the private comments, that's going on a year ago. Time flies.
No, that was like 6 months ago.
Okay, thank God. I thought I was like losing. Okay, that's fine. Continue.
I mean, just focus. There's two every 2 years. One of them is the one on odd years.
I was focused. You said 2 every 2 years. That's 1 every year, and then you said it was 6 months ago. That's when it all fell apart again. So I'm gonna refocus.
It's really not that
obviously
complicated. It just happens that the one in odd years is in the fall, and the one in even years is in the spring. But the bigger one is in even years, and that has many more speakers. So the one that was 6 months ago had was just for 3 hours a day. This one will have tens of sessions, breakout groups, a whole bunch of speakers. So if people want to see the itinerary, I'll mention it again as it's getting closer. But so this coming up, this is the major one. The one that was a few months ago, 6 months ago already, and I'm not sure if this is going to be Zoom. So we'll see. Maybe I'll have to look at this. If I'm looking at it right now and see if I could register, if we could register for it, if it's free. No, so this one is not free. Oh no, actually, maybe it is free. It's also in person. The last one was not in person. It was completely on the web. This one is in person, and it doesn't look like it's going to have.
Not all the speakers are in person. Some of them are going to be a video, tele LinkedIn. I mean, they were doing this kind of thing before COVID, so I think we can. I don't want to say grift, but
no, it's not free this time. Whatever reason they decide to make it free last time, it's $250 for remote. So I'm cheap. I won't be paying for that. So last time it was free. Me and Jennifer both registered and we're in the chat. And then I guess after the first day, they got kind of like Zoom bombed, at least in the chat, and got rid of the chat, but we were still on the call. This one is not free and it's $250. So I doubt I'll be going to that, but so just show that. Okay, God forbid I popped on.
Did you want to look at some of the? Did you want to look at some of the people that are going to it or not? I mean, there were some definitely interesting seeming subjects, but then some extremely weird seeming stuff. But
I'll keep it open. I'll bring it up later on my other computer. So let me finish these links, and then we could talk about that more. So God forbid I went on Ralph's again, and just kind of argumentative, low IQ, bickering.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like you gotta start to ask yourself, like, why?
Yes, I mean, I said last week I shouldn't go back on again. I went back on again, I guess for just kind of like one final troll. Really, that's all you could do on that. And so I ended up, talking about how English is really a cursed language, and because Paul Rimmers was on the pro Anglo, and in reality, I remember in Israel, a lot of rabbis refused to speak the English language. The famous rabbi Daniel Frisch, who wrote a commentary of the Zohar, blessed memory, only would accept me as his student if I learned Yiddish. And he used to always say in Yiddish, like, Mashiach redt nicht kein English, that Messiah won't speak English. And he was pretty down on the English language and on rabbinic students in Israel who studied in English. And even in New York, I knew a lot of we'll call it rabbis that refuse to speak the English language. God forbid, but just say like, what is the status
It's kind of
that
what has kept Quebec great in a way, if one were to argue that Quebec were great.
there's a lot of people like that for various reasons, Indians or French that you say like, why am I speaking in English? Why are we communicating in English? But it shows the rise in power of nations and various effects. So, I mean, it was kind of like it was a serious point, but it came out as a troll just because it's not a very serious venue. And then Judas,
Ralph can't seem to not chuckle when you're around. It's unwatchable, frankly.
yeah, I mean, so God forbid. And actually, right after I left that, I ended up on Zobita's, and we had a nice conversation. That was the next day. I popped on a minute the next day, and I could tell Ralph was like tired and done with me. So I ended up talking to Zobita, and he just plays like these clips of like, oh, he's kind of like Luke Ford. It's basically the same strategy. He plays clips of like alt writers and then tries to critique them, and it's like. I mean, like, why? Like Luke Ford, like he's like God forbid, like Richard Spencer paparazzi, and whatever. So it is what it is. So that was probably Doovid's last troll there. Um, Here was random related to Ukraine, the Caspian report. Uh, Not even that informative, but just a little bit like why India is playing both sides, and just mentioning how India historically has been allied with Russia, and the geopolitical situation with India and their Russia connections tied to the Ukraine war, and also Israel doesn't have as many historical ties to Russia as India does, and Russia had actually supplied the enemies of Israel with weapons, as opposed to Egypt and the Palestinians. But Israel's also remaining neutral, and the geopolitics. We'll probably talk more about that Wednesday. But it's a video relating to India. Here was a Apostolic Majesty, interesting YouTube channel I found, and they had a nice like history of Ukraine, going over the 800-year history of Ukraine. And I saw they had a playlist about. I put this on my to watch list on um, orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. A long-running series of historical discussions centering on the politics of identity in the nations and people comprising orthodoxy, namely Greece and the Orthodox Slavs. So I'll probably check out that history series, long and global to modern history, focusing on identity. This was pretty good. Random Gershom College. Uh, they had two videos. I think Jennifer actually watched part of this one. This was only mediocre, but it had some important details. I'm not sure where Gershom College was, and this was on um, psychosis, our default mental state. He talks about Descartes and what is psychosis and what's the nature of consciousness, and sort of put it is hallucination, psychosis, uh, possibly the natural state of man, which is an important, interesting. So I guess Gershom College is in the UK. Did you watch that one, right?
That sounds insane. I'm thinking like a lion out in nature, just sitting there, chilling under a tree. Would you call that psychosis? I don't think so.
Um, well, hard problem consciousness is hard to define, and then I would tend to agree, man, because it's a question like of the subconscious and the conscious, and kind of what I thought, like the naturalistic, even like the negative side of laughter, to say like, no, I mean psychosis, the negative animalistic nature of man is the ultimate reality of consciousness. And the way that if you want to look at like a rabbinical dichotomy of the animalistic nature versus spiritual nature, or intellectual capacities running against emotional capacities, So just an interesting take. This one was more interesting on the beauty of geometric curves, and it went a lot about this cycloid and a little, like the history of calculus and curves in general. Um, Not super complicated math, but this was a pretty insightful.
The
Uh,
involute of a cycloid is a cycloid. That's good because we always want stuff that's self-referentially consistent. I'm not sure if it's obvious why that's self-referentially consistent.
yes,
Because
this
it's the
one
same
was
thing.
pretty good video. Check that out if anyone's interesting. Yale University had more in their series on causality. They weren't really great, but I checked them out and it was a little bit interesting. Here was on the intersection of simulation, inference, science, and learning, and then another one on so they're both on the same topic, different speakers. So check out the lectures from Yale University. So John David Ebert, who Brundle had hooked up. I actually have him interviewed him on my channel, one of the more popular videos on my channel, um, is coming out with a new series on transformations of consciousness, thought, and time. That's a paid course, $500 for 8 sessions. And, so John David Ebert actually worked with the Joseph Campbell Foundation and actually published some books from Joseph Campbell. Maybe I could get him for another interview to see if I know anyone in contact. It's Brundle who set that up. If anyone watches this is a regular Ebert watcher, maybe I'll. So I occasionally watch his content, and he was also a bookseller for a while. Although he believes in reincarnation, although he might change his view, but also had a little perversion that he talked about. God forbid. But so we mentioned him before in the past. So that I guess he decided he's got to make some money. But good luck to him with that. It's an interesting topic. Random video explanation of supply chain shocks and food prices, possible predictions that food prices could go up as much as 500%. I filled up with gas today, cost over $50. So inflation is hitting. And so here was the Epic Economist. Here was something else. Geopolitics World Gone Crazy, which is gave 10 reasons why China is winning long term from the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and talked about things like purchasing power and oil prices, and so it's more various pure economic data, and showing how China is really on the winning end of a lot of the stuff that's going on. And I said I'll be talking to that Wyatt from Singapore this week, and say he's there has a completely different take on things than what we're hearing here in the West. Here was from the neural basis of consciousness in Japan, and they had maybe I'll maybe we'll look at these slides. So I'll just close this for now, but I'm going to save these slides up on my Macintosh, and there's a paper on. Here's the link to interesting paper on category theory related to consciousness, and which is, I guess, similar to chunking theory. So we may actually go through these slides, and I've been sharing from this channel for a good few months, Japanese channel on category theory. So wow, I guess they had more videos. So I'll have to check. I'll save that. I'll check them out later. So they've even got more people, experts talking about category theory. So I'm going to share that the slides maybe a little later, and we'll look at that. What exactly is category theory related to the neural correlates of consciousness? So here I was on Zobita's, like that time I left Ralph's, I think on Friday, and then Zobita messaged me, invited me on, and we spoke for a while. And she was less kind of like gotcha. She was, asking questions about Israel and Judaism, and it was saying like I wasn't even giving my opinion. I was just doing my best to objectively answer. Saying like, because in Israel, Judaism is the law. So there's like like the religion of Judaism, what me as a Jew believes, but then there's Israeli law, and I don't have any control over Israeli law. So things like conversion or immigration. So I was, you're trying to differentiate between a belief system and canonization and legal systems, and it was a more friendly conversation this time. At the end, I showed some uh, some of the books on Islam that went through some that I had on my to read list. So not the ones that I already read. I couldn't get to those. Those were in a bookshelf of mine that I had a table in front of. But these were a stack of books that I hadn't finished reading, and so it was a pretty nice conversation. I was also on Luke Ford this week.
Do you think he watches Week in Review?
Very little. I mean, I don't think he says he hardly watches anything, and I think he watches things live. So like the stuff he watches, I think he actually watches while he's streaming. So I talked a little bit about Week in Review, and he didn't really put that in. So we'll see where Luke's going, and he's been having Elliot on pretty regularly too, and so I guess I'm not sure if he found a new job or whatever. So he's just kind of doing occasionally cozy streams and light chats. I was Charles Moskowitz again. We talked about the Supreme Court nominee, and God forbid, he's pretty became kind of like straight QAnon, like Charles there. But check out our weekly talk, almost all about the Supreme Court nomination. So I was on the call this week with Pat Vance, my high school chemistry teacher, and I asked, it was about gifted education for adults. I went to a special school for the gifted. You're supposed to have an IQ of over 130 to get in, and saying that gifted education is not just for the youth, and what are the effects of gifted education for the adults. And so I think she's now retired for more than a decade, and but she came back to talk, and so I popped in. You could say I questioned Pat, taking chemistry questions. I came across a friend who was trying to forward a 3-dimensional periodic table and recall from high school chemistry that
trying is a bit of an understatement, wouldn't you say?
I mean, no, it's accurate. I mean, trying, like when you succeed, we'd be happy you succeeded, but as of now, you're just trying. And recall from high school chemistry that Pat said, even though we use the canonized periodic table of elements, then reality the periodic table is 3D. I never stopped thinking the periodic table has been running in the back of my mind since Pat's chemistry class. So she responded. This was before the Zoom call got going. And she says, there are a lot of forms of the table. I had a pyramid one on my desk when you were there. So I believe that it was probably the one that I forget the name already, but it was probably this one that you used for maybe I'm not sure if it was the one that I showed you for the one, but yeah. So she vindicated what I said that she did. I'm not sure if she said, like I said, that the periodic table is really 3D, but that there's multiple models of it, and that she had some sort of pyramidal 3-dimensional model of the periodic table on her desk when I was a student in her chemistry class. So I thought I might talk about Guns N' Roses' epic 1987 album Appetite for Destruction, in terms of the hero's journey to the loser's journey, and look at maybe the famous song "Welcome to the Jungle" and "Sweet Child of Mine," the lyrics of those songs, and we'll discuss kind of this, God forbid, how the hero's journey turned into the loser's journey. So I'm not sure. Do you remember those songs? "Welcome to the Jungle" and "Sweet Child of Mine."
Yep, definitely heard those at keggers and stuff like that. Many,
Tho-
many times.
Yeah, but those are some of the most famous songs in the world. Like the ones I sang last week, talked about last week, were also extremely famous. I talked about the love song to the lust song, and the degeneration of America. So let's look quickly. Welcome to the Jungle. So people remember the tune. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got everything you want, honey. We know the names. We are the people that you find wherever you may need. If you got no money, honey, we got your disease in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Watch it bring you to your shanana knees. I'm going to watch you bleed. Welcome to the jungle. We take it day by day. If you want, you're going to bleed, but it's the price to pay. And you're a very sexy girl, very hard to please. You can taste the bright lights, but you won't get there for free in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Feel my serpentine. I want to hear you scream. God forbid, it's pretty degenerate. These lyrics, but conceptually, like I grew up on the other side of the tracks, and so this is America, '87, and you're looking, okay, there's the other side of the tracks of America has already started to decline, and so here you have, kind of like I said, Billy Joel was a storyteller. So Billy Joel was that transition from the love to the lust song, rising divorce rates and serial monogamy, but um, a storyteller. So Guns N' Roses also is a storyteller, and he's telling the story of what it's like to live in the jungle. And God forbid, um, promiscuity is one of the benefits of the jungle. So like generally it's bad. The decline of America is bad. People are suffering. Society is degenerate, and Guns N' Roses is telling you the story of degenerate American society. But at the same time, the benefit, to some extent, of the degeneration of society is the ability for promiscuity, as opposed to so to say forced monogamy. Like you mentioned, the Beatles, the love song to the lust song, where both uh, John Lennon and Paul McCartney find a wife and spend the rest of their life with just one woman, which would have still been the norm pre the degeneration of society. And probably "Sweet Child of Mine" was a more kind of like love song, but it was 1987, and it's kind of recognizing that this doesn't exist anymore. It's already in 1987. She's got a smile that, it seems to me, reminds me of childhood memories where everything was as fresh as the bright blue sky. Now and then, when I see her face, she takes me to to a special place, and if I stare too long, I probably break down and cry. Whoa, sweet child of mine. She's got the eyes of the bluest sky, and if I thought of rain, I hate to look into those eyes and see an ounce of pain. Her hair reminds me of a warm, safe place where, as a child, I'd hide and pray for thunder and rain to quietly pass me by. And at the end, like, where do we go now? So, it's somewhat, like I said, the love to the lust song, where so like my grandparents typically, even in Israel today, maybe you go off to war and then you marry your childhood sweetheart, you prove yourself on the battlefield, get a job, and so both of my grandparents went off to World War II, and then came home and get married and built up a family, and were monogamous and basically only with one person their whole life. uh, Even my parents, the from their generation of the '60s, were basically They might have had a little dating, but basically, met young, married, and just had one relation with their whole life, and married young, had children. So 1987, that doesn't exist anymore. So Axl Rose is not able to marry his childhood sweetheart and fulfill the historical American dream. So even like "Sweet Child of Mine," probably probably the most famous love song of the '80s. It was a extremely popular song, and it's really a lamentation that it doesn't exist anymore. Like the possibility to like have your childhood sweetheart and marry her, fall in love, doesn't exist anymore. And so I just thought it was a little bit interesting on.
I don't know that it ever existed outside of a couple movies for a couple decades, but that's correct story. Do you see all these Deepak Chopra adjacent topics on the consciousness science? Or are you still doing your week in review there?
You got some kind of weird noise coming with you. Um, yeah, I'm not saying that like some romantic, but it's saying that the hero's journey, the traditional arc, basically existed till the '60s, where people got married young. They went through some sort of um, initiation phase, some sort of proving themselves as a man of an adult, then got married and built up a family. And if you want to say they weren't really heroes, but it's saying the basic hero's journey.
I'm just
um,
saying, no one was living that romance lifestyle for more than about 25 seconds. Is my audio still terrible, or how am I sounding?
There was just some scratching that you sounded already. There's some scratching. I'm not saying
Okay,
that there
awesome.
was some romance lifestyle, but I was saying the hero's journey was basically intact, where the man did something to prove himself, became a man, and then got married and stuck with his wife and built up a family. So in the '80s, um, '70s already, the age of marriage started getting older. What it took to prove yourself as a man became less certain, and so the trajectory of the hero's journey didn't really exist anymore. And so I'm not saying that I'm just using the expression "the hero's journey." I'm not to make it more noble than it was, that people just got married, married young and built up families, like that they were heroes and now we're not heroes. But to some extent, I'm just calling it the hero's journey, and saying that it's symbolic that the change in society that you could see in the music, that the vast majority of the music going into the '70s basically had that, like, boy meets girl, boy gets married, and so they're pretty simple songs like Paul McCartney, silly love songs, just generic romance love songs. And those type songs don't really exist anymore. They're not really popular music like that. The popular music from the '60s, where there was just hundreds and hundreds of hits that were all of a similar nature, don't exist anymore, because the simple trajectory that your average American or Brit of popular music expected didn't exist anymore. And so the music changes to these laments, to where the '80s, like "Sweet Child of Mine" is the romance song, and it's this lament on where he didn't marry his childhood sweetheart. Why? Because he's in the jungle, and and
I
so
think
now he
lament
has.
is a verb. I think lamentation is the noun. Not totally sure, but
Yeah, probably. So just looking more. Maybe I'll put together some of this for a stream on my channel with a whole bunch of
it's
songs.
so fucking good you should make it a book. I mean, you heard what Chuck says goes into a book. How many books has that guy written?
I mean, he's written almost 30, and like,
I
I don't know
mean,
who would
that's
buy my
just
book. I wouldn't get
who cares?
published. Like, I don't know if even people who watch Week in Review, like, I have to go. Maybe I'd sell a few hundred books, so it'd be a lot of work.
You
Like,
don't do it for the books, you do it for yourself. That's why I have the blog, to improve my writing skills. Just like Chuck said, like he's got it nailed down. I don't know how many words his books have, and obviously yours would be harder to write because it's an actual, I don't know about a thesis, but it's a bigger topic.
I wanted to move that direction last year, but I felt like the show or you or the audience wasn't that serious, And so
Well, no
last
one's
year,
stopping you from starting a blog. Like I've been blogging since 2015.
well, I don't think there's no demand for my blog. I don't even think people watch Week in
So
Review that
what?
read my blog. And like
I
even
guarantee you, if you started a blog, first of all, your channel has more subs than mine, and yeah, so by that logic, you'd have more viewers on your blog than mine, if that even matters, which it shouldn't, because when you write, should be for yourself and for self improvement purposes alone.
yeah, I'll see if I get any serious feedback. And like I mentioned that direction that I want to move last year, and it didn't really happen with Week in Review last year. And then like I pushed you to get more serious and maybe
I am always getting more serious. It just perhaps takes a while for me to fully implement certain things. But as you saw, I sent you 6 pages of incredibly well considered material that is extremely close to making a large degree of sense, I feel.
yeah. So if I mean, because I don't really have any positive feedback, and like even Week in Review, like most of the feedback I get is actually negative, and like even Week in Review is like only mildly positive feedback. That so the things I'd like to do aren't really being done. But yeah, I would like to write or do more.
Don't you
But yeah,
understand that positive feedback is sometimes terrible because it means you're flattering egos and incentivizing greater self deception and misery?
well, I
Just
mean, if
saying.
you want to, you could put it like that, but it's like no, like you say that there's a basic uh, formula for success. There's a working group, and there's achievement, and you could have like in Hebrew, like the Musar, some spiritual teaching. The Kabbalah says that like insult more than praise. But in terms for getting results, uh, you need a working group. You need positive feedback. That in even in terms of
I did
monetary.
pretty much everything alone with tons of endless, well, I don't, what felt like a lot of criticism, but probably wasn't compared to what some people have experienced.
Yeah, and really all you have is ideas without any accomplishments. All you have is a YouTube page and a blog. You're not published. You're not a prominent personality. All you have is some crummy computer that doesn't even work that well. It gets crappy reception, and so really you're still at the point where all you have is ideas that you don't have the accomplishments. So um, you need positive reinforcement accomplishments, someone who's like, I'm gonna help you out, I'm gonna work together with you. And so like even a Week in Review, saying it's mostly negative feedback. And so you say, okay, like you got to keep on moving, praise the Lord every day. But no, it's hard to make accomplishments with negative feedback. It's easier to make accomplishments with the positive feedback. If you had people like here that were signing up to help out and work together, accomplishments would be a lot more than based like even a Week in Review. Even the people that I'm close with are at best frenemies. So just kind of factual the what it takes for accomplishments. And I talk about like high birth versus low birth. So to say like okay, like my whole life no one helped me, everyone was always against me, and accomplished against.
If you're
uh,
sitting around waiting for approval, you're going to be waiting forever. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to make myself out to be some sort of like poor me type person.
well, I'm not either. I'm just saying that I mean, that's even just Week in Review. And it's like, okay, the only person I found, to work together with me, Jennifer, and it's saying like, is she really just a friend of me also? And it's saying that like, is there a reason why, we've had minimal results? Is there a reason why we didn't make
You
any
keep
progress
saying the
towards
results are
publishing a
not
book?
there, but to me, the results are there. And then it's a question of what the results are. And then it always just comes back to let's just focus on the actual content
Well, and
rather
that's
than
why I
a
mentioned
constant
like actual
description of how shitty I am at everything, which is, we both know is not true.
actual list of things you were planning to accomplish. So say okay, like what do the results mean? But say of what we listed last year, uh, you're already 2021, and now it's already 2022. Basically none of it was accomplished. So I'm not saying there weren't any progress, but it's saying that the what I'd actually listed at the beginning of 21, uh, you basically uh, you could say there was progress towards that, but none of those goals were accomplished. And like no, that's why I studied worked in scheduling, and so it actually have scheduling is clear. Like this is what you plan on doing. You set a timeline for doing it, and so it's
Yeah,
clear.
well, I don't work like that, so I don't know how many times you want to keep going over how much I don't work like that, or if we just want to focus on the positive results, which is what I'd rather
No, I
do.
don't. Like that's why you say benchmarks and accomplishments. So when you say I don't
Okay.
work like that, Duva just makes marks that as I don't accomplish anything.
Well, you're
And
saying I haven't accomplished anything. It's like, what about photon quantum computers being understood better now? Just saying that's
those
just
are just
incidental.
ideas and hypothetical.
Ideas don't matter then.
Well, ideas do matter, but it's not. You haven't. You still don't have any tangible accomplishments. You just have furtherance of
To
ideas.
me, the furtherance of ideas is the tangible
But it's
accomplishment. So
only
I
in
don't
your
know
own
why we
head
need to keep
because it's only in your own
constantly
head.
coming back to this.
I do it. So
Yeah, the ideas are just in my own
because
head,
they're saying your
except for
accomplishments, no
everybody else who
accomplishment.
has access to those same
I mean, at
ideas and
least you're
stuff.
working. At least you're trying. So Doovid's like together with you. Like it's better to work and try. But like no, I mean like I just like facts are facts. Your accomplishments aren't there. Like you're working and trying, good for you, but you still haven't scored any touchdowns. You haven't made any serious accomplishments, and like Duvid's not a liberal type to give awards to losers, and I know what an accomplishment is, and your accomplishments aren't there, and at least you have ideas, at least you're thinking about things, but to falsely uh, pat yourself on the back or be scoring accomplishments when they're not there, uh, you'll go through your whole life. If you don't take it seriously, then you just go through your whole life not actually making any accomplishments. I know what I want to accomplish, and I want like publish papers, write books, create groups of people that forward these ideas. And so just like thinking and talking about these type things um, is not what I'm trying to accomplish, although it's better than nothing, but it's closer to nothing than what I actually want to accomplish. And so if you're not there at that level where you're just happy with just thinking and talking about these things,
But
uh,
I'm writing.
yeah, so that's why I focus on the accomplishments. And like if you constantly need this like positive feedback so that
I
you
don't.
don't
I just
you
want you
don't
to
quit or
stop
stop.
saying, "Oh my God." It's so like it's just annoyingly pointless to
What?
keep saying how much I suck. It's like I get it. I
I didn't
suck.
say you
I'm
suck. I said the accomplishment is
whatever.
not
It's like the
there.
accomplishments aren't there. Okay, I
I
don't
didn't say you suck.
care.
There's a
There
goal
are accomplishments.
accomplishment.
You
It's
want to
just these
deny there's
stupid
accomplishments?
conversations
Okay.
again and again. I didn't say that you suck. I said that this is what I want to accomplish, and you hadn't accomplished those things. And that has nothing to do with you suck. I said at least you're thinking, at least you're trying. But to pretend like the accomplishments are there when they're not, to me, it's just upsetting. It's a lie. It's false. It's irritating. And then it's even more irritating for you to say that I'm saying that you suck. That's why I put like in a money type manner. You're saying like you either got the check or you didn't. And so okay, you tried, good for you, but you failed.
And you still fail to understand that people aren't going to want to pay you to teach them lessons that they don't want to learn, but that they need to learn.
I'm not getting paid.
You're saying money's an indicator of success. I'm saying not always. And it's like, why do we always have to keep coming back to this? Can't we just want to focus on the ideas here?
Because I want to see accomplishments. That's why I keep
The
on coming back
accomplishments
to
are
it.
the furtherance of the fucking ideas. I don't know how many times I have to say that, and by people understanding them better,
Yeah, and you
it
said
moves
that's
the
where you have
conversation forward.
tangible benchmarks to indicate that, and you haven't actually crossed any of those tangible benchmarks.
Yeah.
And to pretend that you have
And to pretend that
is
you're the one to evaluate what those tangible benchmarks are
because
is
we've
perhaps
discussed
not,
these.
perhaps lofty and
You had
unrealistic
people on the show
expectation.
that discuss these for just to say like, okay, I'm still trying. I don't think I suck because I haven't achieved my goal yet. But to pretend that I've achieved the goal when I haven't is just dumb.
And to think that railing on me for not accomplishing stuff when I am accomplishing stuff, when you're the one who's not fucking doing anything about writing, is a waste of time. We could be focusing on what you're writing right now and correcting it, but you didn't write anything. Or we could be focusing on what I actually wrote, which apparently you don't want to do. 6 fucking pages. No comment on that.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I'd
I'm
rather be
actually
doing that.
invited on Kurt's show. And it's like, well, You had to schedule it first. It's like, I'm not fucking scheduling it until I know exactly what I'm going to say for the exact reason you keep coming back to. I do understand the concept. You're just not understanding how long things take because you have no experience in this domain. I do. Maybe
okay,
have
so
a little bit of
let's see
faith
some
in me.
accomplishments. You know, saying we'll celebrate when the celebration doesn't come until the accomplishment.
So what are your comments on the 6 pages that I sent you then?
So we'll put it up. We'll talk about that, and we waste like an hour dumb. Or I gotta like
you chose to go in that direction. I have no idea why you did that, but let's proceed with actually
I was
talking about
saying
what I sent you.
what I wanted to do and why I'm not saying that. Yeah, I need some sort of like it'd be easier. I'm not saying easier that if I had people working together and saying okay, like the only person I have working together with me is like you really like God forbid just a friend of me, and so you
what
got
the
to
hell
work.
are you talking about?
And saying like God forbid, you got to do the best with what you have in your scenario, but giving up doesn't help. So never encourage anybody to give up, but be a realist and so just yeah, I would like to write some papers, write some books, further these ideas, and I say one of the reasons I don't is because I don't have anyone serious to work together with. So if there's someone serious out there listening to this who wants to work together, you'll reach out, say something. And it's okay. Doovid's a hard guy to
it's
work
hard
with.
to find someone. It's very easy to get someone. It's hard to find someone. Right now, you believe certain things that are extremely inconsistent with having somebody in that position. I can tell you that for sure. I frankly don't want the responsibility of that. But if you want it, there's ways to get it. But sometimes you got to tweak your false impressions first. And by sometimes, I mean all the time.
Carl, finance. I don't need any finance. Just saying like, I mean, even say I don't think I'm not even sure as of now I have anybody that would even read something that I wrote, let alone
I would, and I would offer you whatever commentary was possible to achieve whatever goal you could articulate. I would make time for that.
Let alone people that would collaborate on ideas. Saying that people have something to add to the thoughts or help put these ideas together.
It's just not how it works.
Well, my impression, that's how it works. You get
not in my experience. That's not how it works in my experience.
I mean, writing, you just start to write, but I was saying like for complicated ideas that you need to, even put out a book or even for a stream that. So we just move on because I'm going to get upset and you're just going to start telling jokes and I'm going to get more upset.
Let's go on to the 6 pages to start with. If you had any comments on that, because that would be helpful.
Are you going to share that? That's on my other computer.
Sure. I'll get Microsoft Word share here. I think this is pretty visible. There's going to be a bit of a delay there for you, but look, we're not fighting. It's just that creative, I don't even want to say creative differences. It's really just communication differences. It's not an intentionality thing. So perhaps that makes me stupid and a cockeyed optimist, but I think when you have an aligned intention, you can you could smooth things out. Because then all you have to do is intend to fix the communication. But if your intentions are, sometimes the intention, it's not that the intention is to misunderstand. So I don't think anybody actually goes into stuff intentionally wanting to misunderstand unless they're like an outright troll. But the effect can be the same if the awareness is not there.
Well, it's because, like, who are you talking to? You're not talking to me, because if you're talking to me,
I'm talking to
you
the
would
audience
know.
right now about
Yeah, I mean,
why we're
that
having
because you would know that I
why
don't
we're
find
having
any of
raised
your jokes
voices, and
funny.
why
I
it
don't
doesn't
find them
mean that we're
annoying.
not friends. It doesn't mean that we're not friends if we raise our voices. It means that we're having a difficulty in communication. That was what I was explaining. But no, I wasn't directing it at you. I was directing it at the audience because they seemed upset that we were fighting, perhaps. And now it's a bagel off in the chat. So this was the amount of content, the amount of different ideas that it would take to go through the entire unified field model, but it still wouldn't be a unified field model, because at the end of it, I could say, well, there's still other stuff that I suppose you could break it down according to some type of a principle, but that is definitely in no self-evident way implied by this formalism. Which reminds me of something we talked about before, with like how it seemed to imply moral stuff. But that
I still think
there
your
is a high level of
strategy is
interpretation required before you can get to a moral argument. Go ahead,
I
please.
still get your strategy. I mean, like, it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it makes sense to me because I could, like, psychoanalyze why I think you're doing what you're doing, and
Oh my
that's.
God.
But to say, like, uh, I don't see what this has to do with Kurt Jaimungal. I mean, saying, like, this is
This is
progress.
how I explain the theory on Kurt's show. This is the order in which I explain the theory on Kurt's show, hypothetically. The question is this too complicated to have it all in one shot?
Well, no, I mean, I said this is how you would explain your theory if you made a video monologuing your theory. This is how, like, a precursor to you writing a paper. But,
Sure.
like, I can't imagine that Kirk is in, like, you didn't even have anything to share about that you presumably he's going to want to know. I mean, he's going to
What do
want
you
to have
think the
read.
chances are he doesn't know about Sankhya and Ayurveda and yoga? What do you think the chances are of that?
You know, saying, what did he know about what you think, what your theory is? That he's talking to you,
Doesn't know fuck
and
all, but I can relate it to Ayurveda very easily.
you're making it
He
look
knows
like
even
he's just
literally
going to
anything
hand his
about that.
platform. Maybe he is, but
You said preparation. I'm saying let's prepare for the best outcome. If it doesn't happen, I'm practicing non-attachment and I'll be fine. And at least I'll have the content created of explaining the theory.
what I'm saying, what it looks like is, like, you have. I'm not saying you're going to get published before then, but you're going to write a paper, and then he's going to read the paper, and then talk to you about your paper. Like, they say, or you think he's just going to hand the platform over to you. He's not really going to know what it is that you
How
stand
many
for
Kurt
believe.
Jaimungal? I'm sorry, but how many Kurt Jaimungal shows have you watched?
A handful, and most of the people are familiar with the ideas beforehand, and he's read the material of the people that he interviews beforehand. He asks them about their ideas, and most of the people in the audience are reasonably well familiar with the people and their ideas. So he's interviewing them, as opposed to you, where him or the audience is not going to be familiar with your ideas. So if he's not just going to ask you, like, what do you think, presumably he's going to have read whatever you plan on presenting beforehand to talk about. You're saying that you plan on presenting it for the first time on his show, and this will be the first time he's hearing this.
No, I was going to do a video on my channel corresponding to this list here once I had confirmed that it was reasonable to proceed in that direction based on if it,
So, I mean, you phrase it in a way that's nonsensical. So saying this is preparation for your video so that he could watch and understand your thought before you're on his show, or and that will be linked in the video, so that people who want to know what you're talking about will have some sort of stepping point if it's either a paper or a video. But it's not like you're going to make an hour presentation on the show. You're going to make a video of an hour
let's
presentation.
not worry about Kurt's show yet. Yes, this is
So
a
this has nothing to
preparatory
do
thing.
with his show.
It's
I mean,
something I intend to do before I go on to show, in preparation for a show as a best case scenario of how the show goes.
So I mean, what you have here, yeah, you might be doing it. His show might be the catalyst, but what you have here is the outline to a paper on your thoughts on theories of everything, uh, in general. Like this is a step towards writing a paper or making a video organizing your thought. And if you're doing it for Kirk Trimungal's show, that's what gave you the personal incentive motivation to do it. Fine, but like in essence, this doesn't have anything to do with his show.
I don't want to argue with you, but frankly, the way I've structured this is entirely based on the argument that I was planning on making on his show. But you're right. I mean, I would have had to put it in a formal systematic presentation at some point. Because the whole point of phrasing it like this is to say, look at this model that integrates thermodynamics, gravity, photonics, etc. It is a unified field model in the sense that you're thinking there ought to be one, but that doesn't mean you can turn around and that it makes sense in English to then imply all information from this model, or that would even be possible. That's sort of the argument I'm making, that a physical model isn't the sole model you need to understand reality. You need multiple equivalently complex things that describe essentially different domains. And so that's why I've got the structure of it written out this way, like basically the same list written out in two different ways. Now, I don't have to go through it in that hypothetical way, but that might give people a better chance to explore the ideas without being saddled down with labels that they're already maybe partially familiar with. On to like page, let's see here. I mean, we don't have to go through every single one of these, but can you see it? Did you want to say anything, or what? What do you think? If anyone in the audience has anything that they want to say about this structure or questions, I'd love to go into it.
I'll go back to my other computer so I could look at it on.
All right, so here's your basic intuition is like, if the universe is a simulation, and we want to emulate that simulation, how complicated does the program, quote unquote, have to be to do that? I like that one. Daryl says, if you can't get all information from a unified theory model, then it's not a unified model. Also, it would be the unified model, not a model. Yeah, and that's kind of the point. The point is that even though maybe it's conceivable to go from the physics to something relevant in a day-to-day sense, it's not an optimized path at all. And there would be other paths that would be information preserving, that would just be more useful to do. And obtaining them is probably just as obtaining them in a relatable format versus in the primitive format. I don't know why you wouldn't go with the former basically in every case. So that's kind of the point I'm trying to make, that we're never going to get to that, like, may the proton be with you level of transcendence that would seem to be implied by some of the purveyors of unified field models. I just sort of want to make that commentary that you're in a domain that just lends itself to fanaticism. Like, I don't know if you ever talk to a mathematician, they're quite devoted. Is it necessary and so forth, but this is something that has to be tempered quite a bit. All right, so I don't know if you want to say anything about this or if it's just too abstract. Like, I'm looking at this now, it just seems really abstract, but basically the argument is, if I'm going to simulate the universe, I need to have a way to get it in a damp driven oscillator, basically a perpetual motion machine. How do I simulate a perpetual motion machine that gives me all the results of reality, at least on the physical level? So just make a bunch of arguments for like all this stuff probably seems a little, abstract, but I'm not really restating. I'm not really saying anything that hasn't been said before. I'm just presenting it in a different way and based on the priority of various fruits, quote unquote. It allows you to have a pre-measurmental framing. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but an integral pre-measurmental framing that minimizes the bias in theory of your perturbations of the system, aka observations.
Well, I mean, just from the beginning, what do you have definitions, primitives, and assumptions, and so your definition, you only have one, and you don't actually define anything. You just make a statement that.
Well, because I'm trying to use as many of the standard understood definitions. Like I'm not trying to change any definitions if I can, because I want people to be able to look stuff up and just say, okay, that's what that means, and not have to be like, what the hell is that new term? So that's why it's good to me if there's not that many definitions.
So what people understand is the waveform collapse. You're saying isn't really a collapse, it's a reduction.
And that you're talking about a type of conservation of tension on a boundary, which isn't always conserved. So you have a reduction somewhere, which leads to an amplification elsewhere, which isn't actually an amplification. It's a sum of the set of all perturbations adjacent to the observation event. So you have to look at it as something that if it's a reversible process, the reduction and the amplification are equal. And then you have zero heat loss. In any case where they're not equal, you have some heat loss. So that's where you get your thermodynamic waveform vibrational entropy.
You're saying this is different than the mainstream
No, I've tried to. I'm saying I've tried to keep it literally almost identical to it. So the whole like complaining that I haven't come up with anything new on some level, I'm actually happy that this is a complaint, because if I could just
why do you need to define that waveform reduction is used? That means someone like Kurt
because a waveform is something that we actually have access to. If you have an oscilloscope, you can create a waveform on an oscilloscope and Lissajous figures and so forth. It's a relatable, tangible thing. To say wave function collapse inherits mathematical baggage that I don't want to do. I don't have to have someone quote me on something where it's like, well, you said, right? So it's almost the exact same thing. It's just that you're not looking at these things as functions on a Cartesian plane. They're 3+1 dimensional identities, which, yes, I understand. It's hard to think in 3+1 dimensions. That's why it's a bubble universe. So the question is, okay, well, how do we project these 3+1D bubbles down into 2D, which is what we love, without losing the information from 3+1D? And theoretically, why would we have to change something like thermodynamics, really, if it's right already? So the way I see it, thermodynamics has one tiny flaw, which is that there's technically two definitions for what this is being called entropy, which is a loss in energy and an increase in microstates. And those two things aren't the same assertion. The level on which they're not the same assertion, my model makes clear. There are a fair bit of assumptions that are extremely generalized. And the causal trinity thing is basically the same as saying that there has to be a mediator to state transitions. Because it's not enough to just say there's state A and state B. Like, there has to be a definition of the energetic differential between them. And then the idea is that, well, theoretically, if there's only 4 states, then every state transition should be a linear combination of those states in whatever form the universe accepts a linear combination equivalent.
I mean, if we're going to a long time, just saying what you're writing here, waveform reduction is used in the place of waveform collapse. So saying most people understand the waveform collapse, and like if you
they're familiar with the concept of waveform collapse. I don't know that they understand it, whatever that means, but yeah.
And so you're just saying for your understanding of it, it's better to describe it as a reduction than a collapse.
Yeah, because collapse implies that there's nothing left. Whereas a reduction just implies, like, if you think of a balloon, it's almost like a depression on the
I don't need
balloon.
examples. I'm just trying to clarify what you're trying to say. I'm not asking you to explain the concept. Just saying, like,
Well, how is
why.
explaining not clarifying? I mean, it works. It is
I'm
something
not
that is
trying for
understood
you to
through analogy.
explain or trying to why this is your only definition and why you start with this and you only seem to need to define one thing.
Well, I
And
don't
that's
need.
like,
Okay. I am referring to definitions which already exist within physics. I'm not bothering to redefine every single thing in physics. I'm not going to redefine momentum, for example. I'm
well,
just
this
going
is
to
the
say
only
I
thing you're
accept the uncertainty
redefining.
principle. I accept the uncertainty principle. I'm going to say that, and momentum is intrinsic to that.
So
So
the
the only
reason
thing,
why you have this defined is because the only thing you're redefining.
yes,
Or
for now. There may be others, but I'm not actually aware of any at this time. I mean, why would I want to do that? That's just going to cause confusion.
well, yeah, I mean, the purpose, that's what I said, for people to understand what you're talking about. And, so just looking at your thing and you're saying definitely, so that that's where your definition, what do you mean by primitives?
Primitives is something that cannot be broken down more. For example, consciousness in pretty much any system will always be a metaphysical primitive. Now, in my system, it's actually not a metaphysical primitive. But from a certain perspective, it sort of is, regardless of whether you could treat it mathematically. Because all I'm saying is, well, consciousness is just when the waveform reduces. So sort of like defining it into existence in a way. I mean, giving a definition that lines up with how these processes have been understood historically.
And so you have localization, state, and state transition. Those are your primitives.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of. It's sort of a work in progress, but I think so. There may be more primitives. I'm just still working it all out. Like even I could argue localization isn't a primitive because 3+1 is more primitive than localization, and 3+1 encompasses localization. So I haven't actually thought about things in terms of absolute primitives, but I guess from the perspective of the unified field model, yeah, these are the primitives in the physical model.
And you have a primitive state and state transition. Even to say that's paradoxical that you're having a state is a primitive and state transition.
Well, the idea is in non-dualism, there's only one state, and so everything that happens has to be vibrational modalities of the one.
Okay, so you have your assumption, causal trinity axiom.
Yeah, that's the same as there being a mediator.
Cause, mediator, effect.
Yeah, like photons would be the mediator in this model. Just the way physics is framed right now, it's so general that photons are always the state transition mediator.
As opposed to a causal duality of just cause and effect. You have it as a trinity that there has to be a mediator between the cause and the effect.
Within physics, it is a condition of resolvability. I'd be putting that argument forward. So yeah, you're into quite a lot of, this is my concern, is a lot of very technical arguments. It's like, I don't know if Kurt's going to take that exactly. Because couldn't you theoretically have a digression about every single one of these technical points when really all I want to do is get the basic aesthetic of the model across? Like it is simple when you can see what it's doing, but obviously there's a steep learning curve in terms of the multimodal processing involved.
Well, I'm saying the bet you get, generally you get interviewed after you write your paper, after you publish your book, and then you get interviewed about your paper and your book.
I don't want to have to be the one to tell you that time is an illusion here, but I do have the blog and it's 2022. So let's current year it up. And I guess I just want to know if you think this is a bad idea to present the material this way, if you think there's some other way I should present it. But I also, I feel like I have to mention that the number system can only really can only be a physically consistent number system in one way, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm skeptical seeing I would say if you're just looking towards like, this is a work towards writing a paper or publishing a book, like that'd be a good thing. I don't really see how this would work out in like a show conversation. That I think it'd be unlikely that you would be able to present something so long that's why I say you get interviewed about your paper, about your book. You don't get interviewed like a presentation's a presentation, and that means like uh, like the things at the Royal Society where you talk for 40 minutes or an hour and then take questions afterwards, maybe a few interjected questions for clarification. So this, like, if he was going to let you talk for an hour straight and then ask you questions afterwards, it's more like a presentation, but I doubt that's what's going to be. So it's saying he's going to have to have read this beforehand. So you're not going to make a presentation and he's going to be able to talk to you because he's read it beforehand. You're just in terms of logistics. So you get interviewed about your book or your paper, and if they haven't heard it before, you're presenting it for the first time. That means it's just you talking for a long period of time, which I don't foresee is likely to happen on Kirk's show. It's more likely to be an interview about something that he's read or that you've already done. But I mean, in terms of you know making a step towards actual paper, whether it's publishable or not, like this is a good start. Okay, conservation of matter.
You don't have to answer me right now, but I do want to know what you think about the just general structure of the argument. Basically, at this point, you're saying it's way too complicated to go on a show, regardless of how much Kurt knows or agrees with me.
Well, I'd say you don't get interviewed about you get interviewed about a book that you've already written. You don't get interviewed about a book that you plan on writing. And it's saying like a presentation. Like the reason why you don't have to do a presentation is because a large amount of the audience has already read your book, already knows what you're talking about. So like this is like a presentation, and I think I doubt from what I've seen of Kirk Mungle, I've never seen someone make a presentation. Uh,
What about
I'm
all
not,
the math people, as well as like, there's tons of presentations on that channel, though.
I haven't seen any. I mean, but I'm not an expert in him, and like, so I don't really care that much about him and his show. Like, I mean, it's a good opportunity, a good platform. But you're saying just like in general, like if you were going to organize and write a paper, like this might be a good start. And like if you were going to make a presentation, and saying if you could pull yourself together to make a presentation, let alone on your own channel, you could make a presentation anywhere, anyone that was interested in having your presentation, whether it's Kurt or anybody. And, so, if you actually have a presentation, this is a good step towards a presentation.
Thanks.
And, like, no, I mean, if
I
it's like
usually improvise my explanations, so yeah, it's a bit more involved to make an actual presentation. But from this, I could make a
I think
something.
it's very clear, like the Royal Society's presentations. Kirk is conversational. I've seen quite a few of his shows. I've never seen a presentation.
Well, there are several. There are in-depth conversations, presentations, and in-depth analyses. Pretty much all the mathematicians he's had on his show are
Published, established authors already.
no, but they give presentations. There are tons of presentations on that. Like, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm honestly very confused.
Saying that they're recognized, accepted scientists and authors that have a well-known body of work that they get interviewed. They don't present like new findings or new work. They jump straight into a conversation or interview because people are, or Kirk at least, is familiar with their work beforehand. And they don't present their work. He talks about their work
They just present ideas. I mean, the guy who is like against R was on his show and gave a huge presentation. And Chris Langan gave a huge presentation. Has that guy written a book?
I'm not familiar with those names, but I'm just saying something general. Like you get interviewed about like what the difference between an interview and a presentation is.
Well, I imagine it would be a presentation interspersed with an interview, which was why I was concerned about the material in the presentation due to the possibility of it becoming a huge digression / being just too long for people to focus on.
Well, I mean, long show. I mean, like it's going to be the first 30 minutes is just going to be you talking. It's just going to be you going through this. It may, at most, like a few interjections, questions by him. And so I'm saying I'm doubting that's what it's going to be. But if that's what it's going to be, that's what it's going to be.
We
I
don't
don't
know
know.
yet. It's the future. There's no point in worrying what it's
That's
going
why
to
I
be
said,
now.
like,
I don't
like
know.
just either you've communicated and you've asked that with them, and if you haven't, like you will, and
Yeah.
so and if you
Once
just
it's
don't know,
prepared and once the chances of it being a total mess is minimized, then yes, we will go into it for sure.
so conservation of matter. So you just basically say there's no. Um,
Hey, Victoria. Yeah, we're basically looking at accounting for your basic equation of motion. If there's no input of energy into the universe, like how do we actually derive a cyclic universe? Because our condition is perpetual motion and no energetic input. We've never been able to build a perpetual motion machine, but the universe satisfies this description. So the question is, how does it do that?
okay, then you have the arrow of time. Okay, so the hypothetical structures of what? That's the hypothetical structure of your theory of everything?
A theory of everything, if we were
Or you're just saying a
hypothetically going to
theory,
build
not your
one.
theory of everything, but a theory of everything in general, if such a thing were to exist?
I'm saying that, yeah, exactly. I'm saying if so, then this is your minimum complexity that such a theory would necessitate. And then putting it in the form in which is in the next 2 pages afterwards and saying, well, here it is. And the furthermore, maybe clarify the argument a little bit is I'm saying it's better to start from zero presuppositionalism if you're going to build up another domain. That it doesn't necessarily make sense to try to carry this baggage into other domains that aren't explicitly defined by it. So yeah, it wouldn't be able to be a unified field model because there would be another model that would be better than what it predicts. So it would be a unified field model, but it wouldn't be optimized. And then it would sort of, again, you're back to, is it really a unified field model? What's your criteria for that?
Okay, so you got 7 different points here: fundamental perspective, dualism, cycle of matter modification, self-existence, simplest concrete decomposition, fundamental atoms, coherence, coherent divisors, and even if such a model could be demonstrated to exist, it could also be demonstrated to be insufficient to describe all atoms.
Not all atoms, all systems.
All systems.
It is a model which itself subsumes atomism as a technique, but it's not an atomic, it's not a model that is itself an atomic model.
I don't know what you have, 4 circles or 5 dots.
Yeah, I wanted to make that really clear that when we're talking about numbers, that they can have a geometry. So if we're looking to have a numerical system that accords with physical reality, it has to match the cardinality of reality, whatever that is, which hint is 3 plus 1. So we're looking at your basic 4 circle model, which is what the third least complex knot, of which the complement is the magical hyperbolic apple penis thing. Anyway, back to this diagram here. There are 4 circles, but 5 dots. because we can use dots for numbers or circles. We just have to know that we have multiple options and we have that fact that the cardinality will be different between those systems. So I just wanted to make that point. I don't know if it's clear. It's probably still not clear, and I apologize for that. I'll try to get a better way to explain it.
And then you go on theories of, further lists: boundary interaction, material science, psychology, metaphysical. I don't know if you're just saying that whence a theory of everything was established under those guidelines, that it would be applicable to I'm not sure what this next list of theories of boundary interaction, material science, psychology.
Where are you at here?
I'm just looking after your 4 circles, then you have 2 more pages that I'm not sure how that fits in what you wrote before.
It's just other stuff I could talk about that I wasn't.
It doesn't fit in with what you had before.
That's a literal list of what my model more or less directly implies. So I guess I've got 2 models. I've got a subjective and a non-subjective one, quote, objective, because my system actually does define objectivity because objects are a thing in my system. So, but I'll still try to be careful with the nomenclature there. Confuse people. Because I have more than just a theory of, like, I don't want to say group physics, but I don't want to go into this too much, but I do have a model of psychology that predicts what people will do. It's general enough that it does work. Unfalsifiable, but it gives you non-trivial information. That's generally understood as a good thing. Tink says, stop saying observe and start saying measure. Well, people have a certain idea about measurement. So if I take a ruler and I put it up to my foot to see how long it is, well, most would agree that is measuring. But that's not really what we mean by observation, is it? I mean, that's clearly a straw person, that the perceptual field of the observer is somehow collapsing the wave of the system under observation. Clearly not happening. Thanks for noticing that, Victoria. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm like a goal-oriented person, so when the goal is very abstract, it's hard. And with Kurt, it's abstract for a lot of reasons that I don't want to go on to on the show, but just bring it back to something easier to talk about. Oh, I know, consciousness. I don't know if Doooovid can hear me right now. Yeah, Tinkle, I understand. It's confusing, but the whole point is to use observe. What we want is our definition of observe to be the same as quantum one. Right? That's a good thing. Because then when you go to quantum, you understand it already. Where is the observation happening? When you use a ruler to measure your foot, the measurement event is not happening at your foot because the ruler doesn't interfere with your foot. It's a question of where's the interference happening. That's observation. So interference equals waveform reduction equals reduced into a measurement device. Yeah, thanks for going into this in detail. I appreciate it. The thing at the end is that I have these theories, which I wasn't sure how to go into them per se, because I thought that was just going to be even friggin' longer than what would appear to be an extremely ridiculously long thing already. Like the decelerating vortices thing. That's something I've gotten into talking with memes about a lot, but it's extremely complicated. It basically involves like restating a whole bunch of physical models. Wouldn't even know where to start. But yeah, I thought Kurt might be interested in the psychological model, but maybe not. Again, it probably just makes sense to stick to just the physical model and maybe just mention that I have other models, but that they're not given within the structure of the physical model. Doovid, are you there? I see you're muted.
Yes, I had some background noise also. Yeah, I mean, you keep on working on it, and then maybe when you're closer to being ready towards a presentation, you work on like a separate stream where you could you work on having a full presentation of start to finish just on the singular topic.
The singular topic of the topic that hasn't been defined yet.
Well, I mean, you'll have to bound it, and to make a presentation, it will be clear what you're trying to present, and then you'll formulate it like any structured paper. The introduction and a body, and a conclusion, and opening where you're clarifying exactly what it is you're about to lay out, and then you'll lay it out, and then you give a conclusion, and then you'll have like a presentation saying that I mean, if you're looking for like a conversational show, you don't necessarily know how it's going to go, so you can't. I mean, you could always prepare for it, but you can't prepare for it like in a way the presentation, which is basically a speech. But yeah, so I mean, if you're looking at that's an outline towards a paper. So if like to some extent, once you have the outline formalized, a paper is. I mean, that sure that's half the way to a paper, but it's quite a way to the paper. Once you have a formalized outline. So I mean, that's just a like say your precursor outline flow chart, and then if you structure a little bit more, then you actually you could start writing a paper that some introduction, and work on the logical flow of like a presentation of which ideas you should express first, and how it all flows together, and wrap it up into a conclusion. And once you have a presentation, then it's like a stump speech that besides for Kirk Drymungle, presumably if it was worthwhile information, you would be so to say invited to give your presentation uh, to many places, many venues.
Maybe.
And even a multiple presentation, but I mean, it's more about organizing your thought, and and outlines the first step. So I mean, having the ideas, and then but making a flow chart, an outline, and then organizing that, and then so to say from there you could just start writing, and or you could if it's a stream, you could start with stream and just start talking, and then you could make a good valuable stream that flows easily, because you say what you're going to talk about, the main points you're going to cover, and then you talk about those main points, and then you make a conclusion, and then you could take questions, or have a discussion. So it's pretty generic.
No, it's not generic. To present a unified field model of physics has never
I
been
didn't say
presented
your
before.
idea is generic, but the presentation is generic. And even if you're giving a presentation about a complicated esoteric topic, still the presentation is generic. It has to fit into this generic structure, like of all papers, introduction, body, and conclusion. And the point of introduction where you're going over the points that you're going to discuss, and then the body will be the points that you're discussing, and then the conclusion, like something that's generic, no matter what you're talking about.
Yeah, so an employee meeting at McDonald's is basically the same thing as presenting a unified field model, as long as you're good enough at management.
No, why you have to get stupid for no reason. Saying it's just the structure of a presentation is the same no matter whether it's the simplest thing or the most complicated thing.
I'm just saying, like, is
You
it
got
good if people come
introduction,
up?
body, and a conclusion. And
Sure,
that
yeah.
there's we get stupid for no reason.
Well, I'm just thinking, are people going to understand this?
Doesn't matter if they understand it. It's still going to have the generic presentation structure
Sure.
of introduction, body, and conclusion.
Yeah, that was where I was getting stuck, was the only wanting to have the conversation if there was a chance that someone was going to understand type thing.
And
So
so once you have the introduction, body, and conclusion, like it should be relatively clear which are the more complicated parts that are going to be hard to understand, and then you could even
I don't
clarify
know
that.
why that's going to be. I don't know why, because like I don't know why you think that. Frankly, like I never seem to be able to know where people are going to stumble in their understanding.
Well, because there's well understood ideas and there's less well understood, and saying that some things require quite a bit of an educational background in the, saying there's experience that if you've actually presented it, like so if you talk about waveform collapse or reduction, you say okay, most people don't know what that is, and you could give some sort of explanation, people still aren't really going to understand. um so either you're just going to say this isn't for um your average person, just isn't going to get anything and understand, and that's fine. It's a presentation for people of expertise on the subject.
Well, the fact is, I just don't
Or
know what people are capable of comprehending. Who does? I
it
mean, just
depends
because
on the
somebody
audience.
can
If
remember
you're saying
something doesn't mean
waveform
they
reduction,
understand it.
that someone needs an upper level undergraduate basis in mathematics and physics, and so you could say that like that's less than 1% of the population. That 99% of people don't have an upper level undergraduate level in physics and mathematics. They're not going to understand it. But if you're presenting to a crowd of where the majority of the people do have that educational background, you could assume that the majority of the people listening are going to understand. But there's really nothing that complicated about understanding that if you're that. I mean, I've went over this so many times on Week in Review about curriculum and canonization, and if you're looking at the university structure of how these ideas are taught and the level that you have to be of classes to have taken and understanding these things versus even on a non-university canonized level to the type subjects the person would have had to study. It's like, is this going to involve calculus? And it's like, yes, it's going to involve calculus. And then so you could say like 95% of people aren't going to understand it. But if it involves calculus and there's nothing you do to avoid calculus, then you're talking to the audience that understands calculus. And if you've done these presentations a few times, you could have a feel for what people could understand without understanding calculus. So, if you're, like Kirk Mungo, you could probably assume that over half the audience has a undergraduate background, at least in science, and has probably taken a few years of calculus and physics. So when you say waveform reduction, that the majority of the people are going to know what you're talking about. As where if you were giving
They're
a
not going to
general,
understand waveform reduction. They're going to know wave function collapse, and I could call it wave function collapse, but then I would be technically misleading people.
well, I mean, most people don't know what wave function collapse is. So say if people have undergraduate background in mathematics and physics, they're going to know what the wave function is and the collapse of a wave function is. And so you're going to say you're defining something new. Um, at least they'll know what you're talking about. But I'm saying a non-science background, they're not going to even know what the wave function collapse is, and so you're going to have to define that for the first time. So you're changing you're or adapting a definition, to people who might not even know what that is. But all these things, uh, I mean, it's not that like that's what I said. Like if you had a graduate degree, you would have been forced to teach undergraduate courses, and
Do
if
you
you
have
had done
any
that,
idea how much I've taught?
well, I'm saying you haven't done what. Um, I mean, okay, you've taught, but I'm saying like no, you haven't taught like an undergraduate physics course, and to have the feel for uh, what people understand, what it takes to understand these ideas, or like a process of having a classroom of people, at the beginning of the semester and after the semester, and even grading them, checking their papers, and that's why the canonization process is what it is. But so if you say if you're writing a paper, you're writing it, generally for people who have degrees in the field. So you don't have to, you could assume that your audience are people that have degrees in the field that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. Very good point there.
So like, I mean, these are things
So
that
I've asked Daryl a very simple question in the chat is why don't I agree with the parallel lines theorem? And he has no idea because the people who don't agree with me don't actually understand fuck all about my position. And it's pathetic to watch them squirm around that fact in perpetuity. But that this is what people choose to spend their energy on is just a sign of the times, isn't it?
well, I mean, it's your own audience. I think, if you're talking like the only people that actually listen to you regularly have no idea what you're talking about, let alone people who never heard you before. So, it's a bad sign if the people that listen to you regularly don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, you could say hate watchers is a bad sign, but I guess that's a matter of personal opinion.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, good or bad is, but just looking at, he's saying that if you've given multiple presentations, or say if you've taught a class, you have a feel for the progression of moving from not understanding to understanding, or even breaking down a curriculum. Like that over the semester, you're going to learn, these ideas, and by the end of the semester, you're going to be expected to be able to do this. You're going to be tested on it. Like is like is this going to be on the test? Saying like if you were teaching undergraduate class and you started talking and putting stuff on the board, and some student would ask you, "Is this going to be on the test?" And you'd be like, "Yes, it is going to be on the test. You're going to be expected to be able to do this." Or you'd say like, "No, this actually is not going to be on the test."
What the hell are you talking about in terms of a test?
I'm talking about a normal classroom university experience where where you're talking about something, because if you're the teacher, you're expected to know the curriculum. You're expected to know what the student's going to be expected to do by the end of the semester. You probably even have the test. You may have the final already, and so when the student asks, "Is this going to be on the test?" You could give a clear answer like yes or no, and in the same way for your presentation, like, do I have to understand what the waveform collapse is to understand your take on the theory of everything? And it's like, well, yes, you do have to understand what the waveform, it will be on the test, and you're not going to understand my theory of everything if you don't understand the waveform collapse and why I'm calling it a reduction.
My point is that even if someone understands those things more than anyone else out there, they're still not going to understand. They're not going to come off that with a feeling of a full understanding of the model, and then that's completely normal. And the best you can hope for the first pass is a partial understanding and gradually get more knowledge. So I know that every time I've tried to explain this principle, it leads to people being like, you're condescending. It's like, okay, I don't know where to go from there. Yeah, so
Okay. Well, I mean, you said, did you book a date yet or no?
I've said it like I don't know how many times that I'm not booking it until I've fully gone through this presentation and it's actually good and it's made and everything. And right now I'm at the point of, does it make sense to proceed in that direction for the argument? And it seems like you're not saying no, that the basic structure of speculating a hypothetical process for the model and then how my model fits that process, you seem not against that idea.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a good start. I mean, it's not really even enough to do a separate show on, but maybe next week or the week
Well,
after.
no, the next step would be for me to actually do the presentation. And I think I'm going to probably have to do it in parts because it's so long.
Yeah, I'm saying it's probably not even for we can review the presentation that you have to do a separate show. But like, no, I don't even think you're at the point of being able to do the presentation. So, whether it's going to be another few weeks till you have
Well,
that.
I made an outline, so I don't know why it would be so hard to then make a show.
That's why I said once you have the outline finalized, you're pretty close to the presentation. So I don't know if that, I mean, if you're saying if that's your finalized outline, then you're
No,
pretty
it's
close.
not. It's a work in progress. It was more just my notes, general notes for Kurt is what does it
Yes,
make sense
so
to go into on Kurt?
you're not close to it. You're not close to it yet. So I mean, if you do a lot of work and next week you have your finalized outline, then maybe next week you could schedule a separate show where you do like a run through on your
And we haven't
presentation.
established that it's a good idea for me to go into anything except for the physics model on Kurtz. So for now, I think I'll stick to an outline of the physics model. I'll stick to that for now, and then we'll see about the stuff on the last page later.
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about that till later. I mean, if some of it's relevant or you want to include it now, you can. But work on the that's the
Part of it
addition.
was that I wanted to be able to refer to my blog posts to say, like, if people want to learn this idea in depth, go look at this post. So that's why I wrote the boundary one, which was the visualizing non-locality. And then all the ones since then have basically been to support this so that I could just point to it and say, well, this concept has been gone in detail here. So I think that was where I was getting caught up.
Okay, well, good work with that, and so that's some progress. Keep on working at it, and saying if you keep at it, over maybe even in the next few weeks, you'll have a presentation ready, and once you have that, you're good step towards a paper, or but good work with that, and keep at it.
Did you read my latest article about boundary self-interaction? I was hoping that that would make the 3+1D stuff more clear.
Yeah, the conformal thermodynamic resonance.
Yeah, I thought if I called it conformal, that would, because the measurement limit is angle preserving if we're considering dimensions as angles, and I think there's a good argument to be made there. Dimensionality is preserved, at least mostly, which is what conformal is. Conformal is a angle preserving map. And I was hoping that this would be really obvious that based on this picture that consciousness in life takes on the form of a tuning fork, a resonating device, and that they're similar but different across different life forms. And if we can see the commonality of consciousness between them all, then it makes it easier to get an actually usable understanding of space-time. And we can say, okay, well, we have a particular temporal resolution that we experience. And there's a conservation of mind action going on somewhere, this principle somewhere operating that connects all lives together, but gives us a different resolution on time, which then we can infer is going to give us a different resolution on space, and so on and so forth. Which is the basic, someone asked before, like, what's the idea in the model? Well, the idea in the model is that physics is sort of stuck right now with certain false assumptions that lead to people being in a very confused state, ahem, certain people in the chat, where they can't think past the parallel lines theorem. So this is taking that out of the pre-physical framing and incorporating dimensional information in a manner that makes it easier not to have your observations, real observations, not foot measurements, not destroy your probably very delicate quantum system, what they are now calling time crystals. I'm sure we'll hear lots about that in the future. So this is what I was sort of unsure as to how to present, because the idea is really obvious in my head, but it's happening so fast that it's like, okay, how do I just slow this thing down so that I can actually write it out? So this is the basic, pump action thing. And I had a new diagram that I thought was helpful. A very slow pump that has a cycle anytime there's a heat differential, a rising heat differential. So did you read that one or what? I've got it in the chat there if anyone wants to check it out. Doovid, you're muted. I don't know if you wanted to say anything, but we can't hear you. Well, I wouldn't say that physics being stuck is exclusively due to parallel lines. That's a bit of an oversimplification. Nor would I say that parallel lines are something we need to do away with. Simply need to contextualize the manner in which they are true. Understand their instrumentalism, if you will. Are you back, David?
I'm just looking at your paper, your article again.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I can talk about like the way I sort of had it in my mind was I could see the motion and it's happening causally, like step by step, but that there's so much entanglement between the steps and everything else, and arising of time and space, that it just figured take time, space, and consciousness out of it and just put geometry. And that gives you a natural pump. It's a bit reminiscent of the Carnot engine. You know that, right? Carnot engine?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the Carnot engine, for those of you who don't know, is a thermodynamic identity. So basically your most efficient possible, it's a particular structure of an engine. Basically what cars are built up from, a 4-stroke pump. And it's like a idealized, nothing can be more efficient. If it has this structure, it is at most this efficient. It is at most as efficient as a Carnot engine, which has 2 strokes, which are, I want to say isobaric, and one is, I don't even want to guess, but they're particular semi-closed, as close as a system which is creating motion can be closed. This is a bit like a biological version of that. Holy, that was a terrible analogy, excuse me. Got a very, very slow pump that has, I guess, 3 strokes. And then if you want to say the 4th stroke is the gradual stacking of polarized matter. As the drawing inward of the matter polarizes it along the field of the HF8, it's ordering it as it's drawing it into itself. And the upward drawing of the mushroom, which is what that diagram is there, is the same basic idea as what it is for us to eat. It's just that the chamber is filled differently when it's going with gravity as against it. And remember, the example for that is the apple. in mushroom, which I think I put in the diagram as well. There we go. So first off, I know it's complicated. Second off, you don't need to understand it completely to use the technology. And third, thanks for taking the time to look at the article. Those of you that did, I appreciate it. And I hope this is at least not less clear than previous articles. But it's really just the same concept presented in different ways, which is an entanglement principle. Now, if everything's starting out as entangled and we can establish entanglement over and over and over and over, well, what does it mean for there to be localization? And this is the crucial distinction that our subjectivity makes it very hard to disentangle, which hopefully people in time will see that the geometric arguments make that a tad easier to do, but it's still extremely difficult because you're fathoming in 3+1 dimensions, which takes practice to be proficient at. Yes, Daryl says the Carnot cycle. Yes, the Carnot engine and associated Carnot cycle, basic thermodynamics. I think I learned about that in high school, if I remember correctly. Number of steps and random walks. I'm gonna have to ask a bit more specific of a question than that, Nolan, because I'm not sure what you mean. Daryl Frost says we need to understand instrumentalists. Yes, well, the instrumentalists are on the right track. And we want to go even further in that direction and say, well, are we also instruments? And the answer is yes. What sort of instrument are we? And then it's, well, what's an instrument? Oh shit, it's something that, you know, we're programming with a computer. What's a computer? Well, it's a algorithm. What's that? Pseudocode. What's that? It's a game. Oh my gosh. And then it's down to like Pong. Just kidding. I see you're still muted, Doooovid. Did you want to jump in, or what do you? Did you have any thoughts on this?
Sorry, I had some background noise, so I was keeping myself muted. Yeah, I'm not sure I had any comments on your newest blog article, because I mean it's. I hear some of the stuff you're saying, but I say it's not clear. Like I said, like introduction, body, conclusion. So like, did you say a few interesting things that are insightful, or did you actually like prove or demonstrate something? So if you proved or demonstrate something, like am I sure that you did that, or how? So I'm not sure. So because I looked at it a few times, and I mean you've been basically showing and saying similar things in different ways, or even the same way, for quite a while now.
Okay, yeah, I've got the diagram of the mushroom here. Sort of, I've put these red lines at a point where it doubles, the number of lines doubles, and that's meant to indicate the self-repulsion along the outer boundary of the HF8. And there's your transformation. So you're saying this is what, nothing, no new insights here, just the same old, same old?
Well, I mean, you tell me. I mean, is it? It looks like. I mean, like I'm pretty sure I've seen this diagram before, or. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm not sure if you said something new this time, or like if you have some, sort of direct conclusion or something new that was different from it.
Yeah, the integral processor. I never broke it down that much, because now it's actually a step-by-step Carnot engine-esque thing that can be decomposed in 2 dimensions. But yeah, it's not any new ideas. It's still the same basic. There's a bunch of these integral processors, and that's the best way to model life. And it will apply to cosmology because these ideal forms polarize matter. along their boundary. What we identify as observables are these boundary interactions of these shapes. Yeah, so it's basically an argument to incorporate the shapes on a more fundamental level into understanding, but also in computers. So yeah, that's, if there's nothing new, then maybe that's a good thing. But does it make any more sense than usual, or is it still just completely not at all making any sense?
Well, it makes sense if you're trying to claim that it's more, like, is it supposed to be more profound than it actually is? And I was thinking about perturbation theory. You relate to your.
I'm not making any claims as to the profundity of it. I mean, I don't know what it's, yeah. Where does it say it's profound? I don't know.
Yeah, and it was making me think of perturbation theory, and I was looking some stuff up on that. So I'm not sure if it would be directly if you're kind of saying similar things to perturbation theory.
I would hope that a lot of what I'm saying has been said before. And perturbation theory, as far as I understand, is a generalized framework. Like, can you talk a little bit about it to just refresh my memory of what perturbation theory is? Did you actually read anything on it, or just looking at a little bit? Oh yeah, I meant to ask.
In mathematics, perturbation theory comprises methods for finding an approximate solution to a problem by starting from the exact solution of a related, simpler problem. A critical feature of the technique is a middle step that breaks problems into solvable and perturbative parts. In perturbation theory, the solution is expressed as a power series in small parameter. The first term is the known solution to the solvable problem. Successive terms in the series at higher powers usually become smaller. An approximate perturbation solution is obtained by truncating the series, usually by keeping only the first two terms, the solution of the known problem, and the first order perturbation correction. So it looked like the circle, if you'd have the circle, and then so say the waves would be successive perturbations of the original form. That was I mean,
I'm just screen sharing it. And I've got a Navier-Stokes differential equation used to simulate airflow around an obstruction. It just sounds really general.
Well, I mean, perturbation would come down like for planetary movement in circles. That's why I was thinking of your diagram. Here's on Scholarpedia. So the perturbation problem, the aim of perturbation theory is to approximate a given dynamic system by a more familiar one regarding the former as a perturbation of the latter. The problem is to deduce dynamical properties from the unperturbed to the perturbed case. Examples like Hamiltonian systems with damping, autonomous systems with small time-dependent terms. Related to chaos.
There's good news. The field is actively and heavily researched across multiple disciplines.
Yeah, I remember using it. Like, I mean, it's a method for calculating the approximate value of a complex function, such as the energy of an electron in quantum mechanics, by first assuming that the dominant influence is the only factor, and then making small corrections for additional factors. So that I was looking like your diagram of the circle, and then a waveform as a type diagram of perturbation.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
assume the solution like it's a perfect circle, and then add perturbations for corrections, and so that's although I hadn't used it, it's also related to the Schrodinger's equation. Perturbation theory is the method for continuously improving a previously obtained approximate solution to a problem, and is an important general method for finding approximate solutions to the Schrodinger equation.
Yeah, and my system gives many 3 plus 1 in lower dimensional perturbations.
Yeah, so like the mathematic expression, so that's what I was thinking when you were showing it, and
Yeah, so the issue with the perturbation theory as it stands is just the lack of ability to go to complex systems, and it's entanglement that makes that so difficult. And it's possible that entanglement is beyond us in terms of a practical understanding, but that's really never stopped anyone before. Don't need to understand why a model is right to use it. Just a question of, well, how do we use this model?
well, I mean, mathematically, if that's kind of what you're saying, is that you have your first iteration, which is an approximation, but the expanded equations.
Every iteration is an approximation of arbitrary specificity in one direction, but you have to compensate a la no free lunch in another dimension, quote unquote.
Yeah, so the more iterations, the more exact the approximation, and then theoretically, you have an infinite
No,
amount of
no.
iterations.
It
That,
converges extremely quickly, and successive iterations of observation are actually bad because they cause decoherence.
well, I mean, chaos, yeah.
It's a matter of determining system relative how many observations will cause there to be so much observation based bias that it's no longer worth making observations. I don't even know that this bias is being accounted for anywhere at this stage. But yeah, mathematically, we're talking about perturbations, right? Because what is the perturbed system? What is the system under observation being perturbed? Right now, the way that's being modeled is, well, we have to get a UBM, like voice ID machine, have this gigantic universal background, like shadow person, shadow speaker. I'm sorry, who is the information rich primitive about which a lattice of pre-programmed adaptive training speakers have been thrown into the mix. Math is supposed to be the way to get to those information rich primitives without having to have the interfering computer. And right now, the mathematical understanding is the limit of the computer understanding. So simulation forms, which are equal to themselves within a boundary that is non-zero. So my theorem is essentially an integral 3 plus 1 dimensional version of the least action principle. It's so general that it doesn't lend itself to equational form, which I think is the root of why it's so difficult to move forward with like publishing this stuff, which we've already probably talked about a million times. But yeah, that's about all I had on that particular thing.
Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I had one thing on the subject of philosophy and people talking about mind independent things, but then saying that the mind is an emergent property of the brain. Why don't they just say brain independent things? Because then there would be a lot less confusion and disagreement if you already accept that minds are emergent properties of brains. Just switch it over to saying brain independent facts. Then it's very easy to understand how some facts might be independent of a random brain at some place. Just thought.
I tried to express this to T-Jump and instinct because the philosophical lexicon goes back to when dualism was the major school of thought. So when people codified and developed philosophical expressions for these ideas, dualism was the major school of thought. So the assumption was that the mind was independent of the brain and body, and so it's objective if it's mind independent, and So later, for the rise of atheism or biology, neuroscience, where they determined, at least from their school, that the mind arises from the brain. But the philosophical uh, lexicon was already codified when dualism was the major school. So you would have to have some sort of shift. So people that publish papers or write in the field, someone like T Jump or something made a point to say brain independent instead of mind independent. Um, so but it's the nature of language that language, it's descriptive, not prescriptive. Words describe how people use them, and so the reason why people understand these terminologies
It's
is because,
rhetoric with a literal inbuilt Moten Bailey fallacy. Excuse me.
well, it's in the reason it's expression, because people understand it. It's been used by generations of people, and the understanding has changed. So to change the expression, it might happen over
Or people are
time.
trying to shoehorn their understanding with a less controversial definition.
Well, the history is in the etymology. So like if you were writing a paper or book, you might go over the etymology and explain why it is the way it is, and so you'd have the etymology of these terms and the origin of these terms, and how they've changed over time. And you're just like you're trying to explain things, or I mean, just say just communication theory in general. You have to explain things with common understandings, and the common understandings is because they're historical, because great minds, uh, people have used these expressions for hundreds of years, and as the understanding changes, the lexicon might slowly change also. And so the proof that dualism was the mainstream of at least Western philosophy is in the lexicon by
You
such a.
might want to go into a little bit why dualism and mind independence, why those are connected. I don't think it's clear based on what you said so far. Like,
We're
is
saying something's
the
objective.
spiritual realm the independent thing?
Well, if you have an understanding, what does it mean to be mind independent from a dualistic perspective, which is why is it mind independent?
There's
As
actually multiple things that could mean. That's why I was curious
if
to
you're
see
just
what you
you
thought.
want the etymology of mind independent, and you're saying why do we call it mind independent? And so you're looking at the origin of the term, and
It's that which supersedes upon the mental. Mind independent. That's the original. I mean, as far as I understand, it's like independent in the sense of the X variable. That it would be something that would be true for all minds or could define the truth of all minds. That would be mind independent.
well, I mean, really, you just need an etymology of the word mind, and I mean, so mind is.
Doubt it. Bet you run up into memory soon enough. And it's self referential. And plus, you have the contextual stuff. Like, I don't even know at what point the language meaning would be lost.
Yeah, I mean, mind comes from gemeint, which, like, if you speak Yiddish, gemeint, uh, which is like memory or thought, Germanic origin. So even in Yiddish, like you combine, like I have thought or memory is like Gedanken, but or mens in Latin, menas in Sanskrit. Um, but mind doesn't necessarily imply dualism, but I mean generally mind. Uh, historically, what you're referring to pure thought, and at least it's ambiguous that pure thought is a physical phenomenon. So mind, at least, like the mind body problem, it leaves it ambiguous to the origins of mind. So if you're saying it's mind independent, um, and it's using the word mind, and so you want to say the mind is a derivative of the brain. So saying mind independent is saying brain independent, when that's not necessarily the historical understanding that the mind is dependent on the brain. And so saying the reason we use the word mind independent is it's a historical term, and a lot of the saying the dualism is saying that
But
the
as
origin.
soon as they isolated the brain as the source of the mind, they should have immediately switched. Wouldn't they want people to agree with them? I mean, how hard is it to agree with the notion of a brain independent fact?
Yeah, because I mean we that's you're asking a question of linguistics.
It's
And
more
it's
rhetoric. It's like, why wouldn't the philosophers switch their rhetoric from mind independent to brain independent?
because linguistics,
Because brain is a hell of a lot more compelling than mind, which is
because I
nebulous and
answered your
abstract.
question saying,
You're
saying
saying
that,
as a historical reason. I'm saying
well, I'm saying it's
no.
the word
That doesn't accord
definitions of
with what
words
you'd
are
expect with philosophy, which is a persuasive
descriptive, not
rhetoric-based
prescriptive.
debate strategy
Yeah, but
thinking.
you're just
Why would they
rambling that has
pursue
nothing to do with the answer to your question. It's like definitions of
philosophy? Isn't
words
about convincing
are
rhetoric.
descriptive, not prescriptive.
Philosophy is it at all about convincing rhetoric?
You can't prescribe the definition of words. You describe
Oh,
the
really?
definition of
That's
words.
hilarious.
Well, isn't there's a
Hilarious.
field of linguistics.
Who
So,
decides the
like,
definitions of words again?
definitions of words are described, not prescribed. You describe how people understand words to mean. You don't prescribe what words mean.
So the definitions of words just pop out of nowhere.
No, there's processes that arise how masses of people come to understand the words to mean the same or similar thing, but the definition is descriptive, not prescriptive.
Unless someone sneaks a word in they want to put in a dictionary. No one would ever do that, though, I'm sure.
Dictionaries are not prescriptive, they're descriptive.
That's an assertion without a lot of factual backing.
What it is, I mean, I minored in linguistics. So, I mean, you might assume falsely that your dictionaries are prescriptive, but they're not, they're descriptive.
Now, anytime someone looks up a word in a dictionary, they're looking to have a meaning prescribed to them. Whether they realize that's what they're doing.
Describe, not pre, but I'm saying people don't look, people look into the dictionary to describe what the meaning of the word is, not to prescribe what the meaning of the word is. So if I hear someone use a word and I want its meaning described,
We got
your
sure.
choice of words that you could, I mean, for the purpose of a paper of logic, you could define a definition and prescribe a definition, but when you're talking to people, you have to use the words according to how people understand it, and so it's descriptive when you're
No, you
trying to.
don't have to do that because people have a very limited understanding of all words.
But you're talking to people. So if you're just theoretically writing a
So you can
paper,
redefine words to within the parameters of limited understanding, can't you?
well, for a purpose of a paper, just like you could redefine, you could prescribe that waveform collapse is really waveform reduction, and then possibly the people who read your paper would understand what you're saying, or you yourself.
Science
But
is not about prescription; it's about prediction. So I think though it's completely ill-framed just to start off with.
well, I mean,
Kudos
linguistics
has
is a science, but you're talking about language now. So you're asking about common word usage and saying common word usage is descriptive, not prescriptive.
hypothetically it's prescriptive to within the uncertainty principle
I mean, it's
limits.
not. I mean,
Yes, if nobody
you're
knows fuck all about consciousness, then it can be described as anything. If nobody understands a concept, well, it can be described as anything. If nobody understands it, it doesn't matter what it's described as, does it? That's what I'm saying is there's a limit to understanding, which is where definitions can be changed. Mind is not only brain, it's body as well. Okay, then say you have body independent facts. That would actually be stronger. Again, it's an arbitrary distinction. Mind is the one that has the Mine's the one where you can't draw that arbitrary distinction. All I'm saying is if you were trying to make the argument compellingly, you would actually assert, if you thought you'd isolated consciousness, well, you'd assert its origin as the thing, upon which these supposed dependencies that are independent supposedly arise. But why? Why don't people want to use mind? Why don't people want to let go of the term mind?
Yeah, I don't really feel like arguing about this.
Well, I'm not arguing. I'm putting it out there as a general question. I'm
it's
expecting
just
an answer.
a factual. It's the science. I mean, if you want to call linguistics a science, but
it was more along the lines of philosophy, thinking why wouldn't philosophers adopt the most compelling version of their own position? That's all. Not expecting an answer or anything. It was just a curiosity that had been on my mind.
Because you're talking about linguistics, you're not talking about philosophy. And philosophy requires the uses of language, and language is descriptive, not prescriptive. So you're limited to the use of language, and language is language is descriptive, not prescriptive. It's not at least from the common understanding of linguistics, you don't prescribe language, you describe language, and you use language.
Did Leibniz prescribe any language? Did Gauss?
I don't think they prescribed any language. They had ideas and they made definitions of ideas. Maybe a few.
Well, they're kind of prescribing a bunch of sub methodologies and lots of methodologies, like the Gaussian elimination algorithm, in a way.
But they used symbols, and they had ideas. They gave strict definitions, and then
how is that not prescriptive? Because that's what I thought prescriptive was.
But in common usage, the people don't use the scientific definition. So that when people speak, they like energy or something like that has a common usage, and then it has a scientific definition. So when people use the word energy, they mean the common usage definition. Even scientists, if you want to have a technical definition of a scientific term, the term itself is meaningless. So you mean the strict definition. And even giving it a name like entropy, work, the word is more for common usage and communication, and then saying then it's descriptive, not prescriptive. And if it's for
if you're teaching, you need to sometimes prescribe the best understanding of a particular term. Just how it is.
But you can't prescribe common usage, and language is based on. There's no you're saying if you're talking about science and for the purpose of logic or an algorithm, you want to precisely define something, and you define a word to mean something, at least for a scientific purpose, the word is basically a placeholder. But it's still that, so when you're talking about...
Placeholder for what?
A placeholder for a definition or for some strict definition. So when you take a science class and you start talking about energy and mass or any of these various concepts that are necessary for conservation or any of these things, and then you have common usage, that the scientific definition doesn't change the common usage. There's just mentioning, like,
of course it does, all the time.
Even the philosophical definition doesn't change the common usage.
What does then?
Well, if you're asking a theoretical question about how words get their meaning or how words' meanings change over time, that's a theoretical question of linguistics. But if you're talking about a technical understanding of a term for experts, that term is only going to be useful within the community of experts, and then still it's descriptive, not prescriptive, and it's
you're misunderstanding how these things work.
I'm the one who studied linguistics. Like, I don't need you asked me a question, I answered it, And now you're trying to answer your own question.
Well, you're acting like this information pops out of nowhere. Somebody prescribes it at some point, and then some process makes it the one that is described and understood. But at some point, it is prescribed. If it's going to have any change of meaning, that change of meaning has to come from somewhere.
Well, you could publish your own theories of linguistics, but that's not how linguists understand it. So I mean, now you're just speculating like you have the solution to modern linguistics, but I don't think you do. Like, I've studied the subject. I'm telling you what the experts in linguistics say about it, and now
the
you're
experts in linguistics say that language is not prescriptive. Is that right?
I told you the expression again and again. It's descriptive, not prescriptive.
Okay.
Sure. So you want to come and say like, no, it's prescriptive.
So what's prescriptive? What's prescriptive? Give me an example of what a prescriptive thing would be, so I can be sure I understand.
Prescriptive would be concept, definition. Someone, like an authority says.
Okay, you just said the definitions of words weren't, and now you're saying, so which is it?
Well, I'm saying it's not that way. So I'm trying to.
So tell me something that is prescriptive as an actual example of something prescriptive, then, so that I can understand. If you can't provide me a single example, I'll just assume.
I think theoretically, but I'm saying it's not prescriptive. So is it theoretically?
I'll need an example of something prescriptive. Wouldn't you say religion is prescriptive, as in it tells you what to do?
Religion's not language. So that language is descriptive. Linguistics is descriptive, not prescriptive.
You keep saying that, so I'm asking for an example of something that is prescriptive.
You could argue that law is descriptive, not prescriptive. But
so can you give an example of something prescriptive then, so that I have something to base it off?
Well, law.
Law is prescriptive.
Some might argue that some people also argue that law is descriptive.
I mean, how could it be prescriptive if it's like constantly being updated? I guess, yeah, okay, it's prescribing.
Well, law, like murder is a crime. It's not descriptive because people break the law. So if you say law is not descriptive of what people do, law is descriptive of some objective value that's not actually followed by people, as opposed to language is descriptive of how people actually speak, not of some objective system that people don't follow. So like law is something that's prescriptive. We prescribe that this is a crime, although the crime that's prescribed that people shouldn't do is actually something that's relatively quite common. Like we prescribe that you can't steal, but like in reality, people steal.
Right.
So if you described law, if descriptive, saying like you would describe how people act, and you would say, well, people steal. But so like law is prescriptive that says stealing is a crime, even though people do it. So you could say grammar, if you want to say like prescriptive, this is how you should speak, even though people don't speak that way. And then to understand historical linguistics, they say that language was never actually prescribed.
You keep
as
saying
opposed to law that was although some people also argue that everything's descriptive, not prescriptive. But you say that law.
I'm saying I would almost go the opposite direction. Everything is prescriptive and nothing is descriptive. But I'm interested to hear the opposite argument.
Why don't we just read a book on linguistics, or if you want to share a few articles? It's a well-known concept. I've mentioned it countless times. And so if you're talking about language uses, linguistics, it's descriptive, not prescriptive.
So that's just sort of an axiom.
Well, yeah, the axiom of linguistics. So if you want to say linguistics is a soft science, some people claim linguistics is you like psychology. I mean, it's dependent on the heart, brain, and conscious. There's neuro-linguistics. But yeah, I mean, linguistics is a field of science and study, and that's one of its axioms. It's prescriptive. It's descriptive, not prescriptive. So when you're asking about something like mind independence, that's a question of linguistics, and so it's descriptive, not prescriptive. So that's why we use the expression mind independent. It's descriptive of how people speak.
I don't ever hear anybody but philosophers speak that way, ironically.
You're talking about language uses, so only even if it's a technical jargon,
Never heard a commoner say mind independent, frankly.
even scientifically, like you could have, um, famous scientists that tried to prescribe words and definitions, but the science will.
So you have conceded that yes, sometimes scientists do prescribe both methods and definitions within a limited context.
Well, individuals try to prescribe, but it fails because the process, even just like who prescribed calculus, like it was developed, and
it was developed by a bunch of people. So that's
modern
fine.
calculus
And it was
is
prescribed.
descriptive,
The
not prescriptive.
methodologies of calculus were prescribed by that group of people.
Yeah, so like modern calculus is described, not prescribed, although there's a curriculum.
You can say it either way. You can say it's a methodology that you can describe and that it's prescribed by its authors. Like, I don't know. To me, this is very confusing because you can't give me an example of something prescriptive. You said law is prescriptive. I would say how is that any different? To me, they're the same, but it's hard to quite put a finger on the difference.
Well, because the point of saying law is prescriptive is saying that it's prescriptive, but it's known that people don't obey the prescription. So we say that language is certainly not prescriptive. You could, and it has an enforcement mechanism to say, okay, we know that people are going to steal, even though it's prescribed that you can't steal. And therefore you have an enforcement mechanism to punish people for stealing, that it's prescriptive in that way. Here's the prescription. This is a crime, and we know you're going to do it, but when you get caught, you're going to get punished. As opposed to language that is not prescriptive like that. And even within science, like I said, like calculus is done. It has a method, so you describe this is how we do calculus. That we don't follow the prescription of Newton or Leibniz. We take some of their stuff, and it's developed over time. But if you followed, so to say, the prescription of Newton, no one would know what you were talking about. So when you do calculus, you use the language that people understand.
We're using Leibniz notation, like dy dx is called Leibniz notation.
Well, partially, but saying
is there any room for any sort of nuance on this?
Well, we used a mixture of Newton and Leibniz, and we used a mixture, Euler and a whole bunch of people. But there is no prescription book of calculus, and so a textbook on calculus is descriptive, not prescriptive. It describes how people do calculus. So Newton and Leibniz attempted to prescribe calculus, but that's not how things work. So we don't follow the prescription of Leibniz or Newton. And if you look at a calculus textbook, it's descriptive, not prescriptive. It describes how people do calculus. It doesn't prescribe how calculus is meant to be done.
What's the difference? Don Willis says, can you tell us how? How what, Don? How what?
I mean, you could think about this. There's a fundamental, I've mentioned it many times before, it's a fundamental axiom of linguistics, and anything that involves language uses, you could keep that heuristic, that it's descriptive, not prescriptive. And so when you're wondering, like, well, why is the meaning of this word this? And saying, well, because it's descriptive, not prescriptive. So it's just describing how people use these words.
And I said commoners don't use the word combination mind independent.
It doesn't matter that even experts, it's descriptive. That's why I said that. So in a paper, you could prescribe, and for the sake of your paper, you say, okay, this is how I'm using the word.
Is methodology described or prescribed? It becomes prescribed, selected for, when it passes whatever abstract.
Yeah, I mean, methodology is
science is
possibly
defined for
prescriptive. I mean, that's like by definition, methodology is a prescription. But language doesn't work in a prescribed way. So if you're conveying science, logic, philosophy, your idea could be prescriptive, but when you use language to talk about the idea, you have to use language. So that's why I say like papers are usually not in language in the same way that I mean you could even argue like logical symbology, science, and equations are also somewhat descriptive, not prescriptive, but trying to avoid the the nature
Well,
of
they argue that.
but trying to be more prescriptive than descriptive, you're moving away from the use of language to the use of symbols to be more exact. So if like your presentation
Not
for
symbols, meaning, assigning meaning.
yeah, but that would be more readily done through symbols than language. And then if you
That is incorrect. It would be best done through metaphor.
well, I mean, metaphor is interpretable and
Symbols are the worst way
is
to do it.
subject to language and the meanings of words, which are descriptive. That's why I say when you use the word energy, that the energy is descriptive of a concept, so how people understand energy. So you're saying, I have an exact definition in mind, and
I'm not changing the definition. I'm
the
prescribing an
exact definition
understanding.
in mind. So in science and physics, definitions are equations, and equations are based on relationships of units, and so it'd be uh, energy is like a Newton, so you have meters per second squared. If kilogram meters per second squared. So if you're saying what is energy, energy is a number of kilogram meters per second squared. So in a technical
Okay.
definition of like distance is an amount of meters, uh, time is amount of seconds, energy is amount of kilogram meters per second squared.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Are you suggesting you come up with a rap in order to make my theory easier to understand for the masses? If so,
No,
I
I'm saying you
support
can't
it.
because language is descriptive, not prescriptive. So when you use the word energy to scientists, you mean so if you're talking to the masses, energy is going to be descriptive of how people understand it. But you say, okay, I'm talking technically, I'm just using the word energy, but what I mean is kilogram meters per second squared.
Yeah.
And
Well, I would say that
that's
what
like
I'm
mind
saying is not a
independent.
contradiction of kilogram meters
Kilogram
per
meters
second
per
square.
second
I would
squared.
assert it's not contradicting it, but it is indeed an interpretation of this simple basic concept. And I would ask you, what's the difference between understanding and definition? Like a
We're saying
particular
because
understanding
kilogram
of
meters
something
per
versus a
second squared is
definition of
mind
something.
independent. The meaning of energy is mind dependent, as opposed to kilogram meters per second squared is mind independent.
Seriously?
Yes, the meaning of energy in a linguistical term is dependent on mind, how minds understand, but kilogram meters per second squared is mind independent. It's a physical quantity that is measurable independent of minds.
Yeah. So I think the correct word here would be subject rather than mind. So subject independent versus subject dependent. That actually does mean something. Whereas this mind independent thing, but the problem is that you can argue that there's a mind dependence even of those things. I wouldn't want to take that position, but it's
You
unfalsifiable.
could argue if you're going to put that into your theory, but I mean, generally, that's the definition of
Again,
mind independent.
that's the thing. Like sometimes fallacies arise from definitions that are colloquial. So what do we do in that case?
Kilogram
If a
meters per
fallacy is
second
built
squared is mind
into a definition,
independent.
unless it's a mind that precipitates the kilogram, the meter, and the second, and whatnot, which is what Thad's model suggests. It's a mind. The HF8 complement is a mind. It has all the properties of a mind. So how can all of its eigenstates be anything other than mind dependent if it is itself a mind? That's the whole theory that I'm saying, is that everything's mind dependent. Everything originates from the cosmic mind. So it's just different levels of mind dependence. that's why the terminology makes it so hard to, it's unwieldy terminology. So I was going to try to say is that there's a difference between how you understand something as a process versus a definition, which is more or less a list of characteristics. And then I was going to say science is an ongoing hypothetical prescribing of models that can be adapted based on new information, describing reality. So there you got prescriptive and descriptive in the same thing. And I think science allows us, if not to update the definitions of words, then to update our understanding of the processes that relate those words. Would you agree with
That's
that?
what Daryl is saying. Energy does not describe energy. So like
What the
scientific,
I can't believe you're taking what Daryl
scientifically,
says seriously.
I mean, energy is a placeholder. So
Again,
energy
these words are all subject to infinite regress.
energy is, you're saying, just kilogram meters per second squared. And so if you say that energy is a placeholder for kilogram meters per second squared, like a velocity is a placeholder for meters per second, and they have colloquial meanings. But in terms of science, like energy doesn't really have a definition. It's just a placeholder that when you refer to energy, you're referring to an amount of kilogram meters per second squared of a, and that's why theoretically, I mean, Jennifer has an alternative model that relates to some fundamental paradoxes in science. That's why it
What's
would
the
be, so to say, mind independent. That kilogram meters per second square is objective. It doesn't take a mind to measure it. It doesn't take a mind to understand it. It could be
unless the mind is the substrate of the universe, which is unfalsifiable for the heptillionth time. I'm not saying I want to.
That is what you're saying. It's saying some of you just want to be argumentative for no reason, or you're
No,
trying
it's
to
the problem
forward
that
your own
I don't
theory.
know how to, I don't know
Like,
how to
I
deal
know
with
what
the
you're
problem.
saying, and it's
Okay.
saying that's why I say that you're kind of just being stupid for no reason. You're trying to like be more clever than you actually are, and you're really just being stupid for no reason. So it's saying you're advancing something that other people are advancing also, but the classical understanding is that that's what mind independent means, and that's that saying words and linguistics and language is descriptive, not prescriptive. Science is prescriptive, and it's mind independent, and that's to say the energy is just a word, but uh, kilogram meters per second squared is a factual description of material nature. And obviously kilogram meters
Does
per
a system need to have mass to do work?
well, I mean, you could go in circles and just be stupid for no reason, but or you could actually try to express what you're trying to say, or is saying, let's say, you're just trying to sound clever, but you're really.
I'm not trying to sound clever here. I don't even understand where is the topic here. We were talking about defining words being prescriptive versus descriptive, and
You
I was
asked a
trying to go into
question, I
that topic
answered
now.
it,
Okay.
and now you're like being argumentative or stupid for no reason.
I was trying to go into the idea deeper. I wasn't meant to be an argument.
You asked like mind independent, so why that means in brains. I had explain you're asking a question in the field of linguistics, and linguistics is descriptive, not prescriptive, and then coming back to theoretically what mind independent means, that say it would be theoretically prescriptive, not descriptive, and it's a material reality that's not mind independent. That's what it's like the energy, the word versus energy, the prescriptive definition, which is kilogram meters per second squared. And whatever people
Isn't
think when
that
they
the
hear the word,
descriptive
whatever,
definition?
that's the prescriptive definition.
Who's prescribing it then?
Well, the scientific community, or to
Okay.
say that reality prescribes it, that the reality is that energy is kilogram meters per second square. That's the physical, fundamental, mind independent reality of material nature,
Okay.
whether your mind understands it or not.
Okay. So I completely
The
see what
energy
you're saying.
will be kilogram meters per second squared, no matter what is going through your mind, no matter what confusion you're having on the issue. That energy is factually kilogram meters per second squared. That's the fundamental way that the material world operates, whether you understand it or not. That's hence it's mind independent. It's not dependent on how people understand word definitions and like a computer or machine can operate on these principles absent of mind.
Yeah, so what Doovid is saying is that the SI unit for energy, which is joule, has particular units in material reality, which would not change if they were observed by whoever the scientist happened to be. And that's
I
hard to
apologize. I mean,
argue with.
a joule is actually kilogram meters squared divided by second squared.
Daryl says it can't be mind independent because it requires a mind to define kilogram meters. That's the solipsism argument. I would say that arguments like that are anecdotes that suggest it's worth accepting definitions that aren't self-refuting if we're actually going into mechanics and physics and processes.
Yeah, it's just being stupid for no reason,
I'm
or
not
trying
acknowledging what
to
Daryl is saying here. I think I'm not disagreeing with you, Duva, here, just so you know. The
yeah,
notion of common definitions is completely reasonable.
if you want to say that, like panpsychism or mind is everywhere, or even that
And that's not the common definition, and I'm fine with that not being
even
the. I'm
that
not
your
arguing on that
understanding of
level.
material, that it is that all physical material phenomena are factually mind dependent, and you're going to hypothesize it, and therefore kilogram meter squared divided by second squared is actually mind dependent. That's not the mainstream understanding of science. And
I
so,
think
if
if you
you're
told this to a scientist, they would have a hard time telling what was wrong with your argument. My pushback would be to say, all right, well, when it's said that something is mind independent, we're talking about something being independent of subjectivity. That once we've decided to go with a particular measurement system and understand like meters as meters, that it will be the same. It won't be a matter of, I guess I like the word opinion,
well, that's
whereas
why I
the
came to the
speed of light is
linguistics
not a
and
matter of
philosophy.
opinion. You can argue there's like a trivial definitional opinion built into the speed of light, and I'll grant that. But if you want to make an argument about independence, it's the thing that is the least dependent within the set. And what constitutes the least dependent member of the set, the existential set, that is a matter of some debate, but it's hard to get to a point where you can actually frame the question that way to progress it forward.
Yeah, so science is still dependent on language, and like energy comes from Aristotle, even though Aristotle defined energy. So we use the word energy because I say it's descriptive, not prescriptive. And even though Aristotle meant something different by energy than what we mean today, that we still use the word because it just describes how people understand language and communicate. But scientifically, the concept of energy has nothing to do, so to say. I mean, it's something to do historically, the etymology with the word energy. That energy on a on a the mind independent and then the mind dependent. So mind independent energy is just a placeholder for kilogram meter squared divided by second squared. And then the actual word energy that we use is language dependent, and therefore mind dependent, and therefore has a history and origin to what is this word, why do we use it, what does it mean today, what did it mean historically, and is a subject to the matter of linguistics, which is descriptive versus prescriptive. So saying, why do we call energy energy? Well, it doesn't really matter what the word is. What we're talking about is kilogram meters per squared per second squared, and it's mind independent. The word energy that we use as a placeholder for this kilograms meter squared per second squared is mind dependent, as opposed to the concept of the energy, and the placeholder for the physical phenomenon of kilogram meter squared per second squared is mind independent. And that's the mainstream understanding of science. So you could have an alternative understanding, like a panpsychist view, or some sort of uh, alternative theory where you're saying somehow mind uh, does have to be involved for kilograms meter squared per second squared to have meaning.
There's multiple ways in which that my beliefs would interfere with those ones.
I mean,
I
theoretically,
just
from a
don't want you to
scientific,
think I'm arguing with you. Like, all I'm doing is throwing out ideas to try to forward the conversation. So I don't want it to get contentious, but
well, I
was
was
just
ready to
trying to.
wrap up, and you said,
All
and
right.
so you asked a question. I thought I answered because it's something that I've studied and known. And so if you're using it as like as a springboard to give your own panpsychist theories, like that's fine. Or if you're rejecting the science of
No,
linguistics,
no, I just wanted to go in by what was meant by those ideas. Like how, and I think what you explained actually did clear it up quite a bit.
yes, I mean we because we're humans and we're mind dependent, we're reliant upon language. But in theory, science is not mind dependent. It's a fundamental feature of material reality.
Well, I think the argument is it's a way to discover mind independent things. But I mean, the fact that scientists have minds, sort of, again, there's that argument of like, well, how's it mind independent if it's mind possessing
That's the
agents
problem of
taking place?
empiricism.
Okay.
By saying the scientific process finds the nature of reality, and then because of the problem of empiricism, we have language and a descriptive factor. But once it came down to a formula, and if you want, you still need the standard units. So like what's a kilogram, what's a meter, what's a second, and these things have all been defined in mind independent ways that they don't take human measurement. They could be defined by uh, multiple uh, regular occurrences in nature that are all mind independent. To say how we define a meter, how we define a second, how we define a kilogram, uh, have all been, to the best of so to say, the scientific process, defined in mind independent methods. So the nature of a second in terms of certain atomic or regular occurrences that could be measured, the term of a meter, regular distances, and the term of kilogram, these all things as in regular masses or weights that could be uh, verified. It's not dependent on mind, these definitions, at least from the best of the scientific method. And therefore the descriptive scientific laws of so to say energy is therefore mind independent. It could be programmed in a computer. We could develop mechanical engineering devices that operate according to these principles, and in theory don't even need humans to operate them.
That would be nice.
And then so the question of language in the human mind, that will be subject, so to say, to the soft science of linguistics, and it's a soft science, and therefore it's descriptive, not prescriptive. That and so how language arose, how words came to mean what they mean, and grammar and people is there's theories of it, um, but it's subject to interpretation. And the best knowledge of linguistics has determined that language is descriptive of how people use it. It's not prescriptive, and language was never prescribed. That there was no historical prescription of language. That's not how language arose. It could be counterintuitive that if you had thought that, well, language was probably at some point prescribed, like some sort of committee of people prescribed the language, that that might be a common misperception. I remember when I first took my historical linguistics class, and I came across this concept that language is descriptive, not prescriptive. And I also went through like the process that you're going through and thinking, like, well, no, it's probably it probably was prescribed. And then to understand why it's basically a consensus of linguistics today that it's descriptive, not prescriptive.
And we have no idea where the changes in definitions come from.
Well, there's theories of it, but I've been saying it's a soft science that's contingent upon the hard problem of consciousness. So until the hard problem of consciousness is so to say, solved, you're not going to have a scientific theory on the origin of language.
Or just that language is descriptive, not prescriptive. That's where we're at. Cool. So you agree or disagree with my idea that science does prescribe limited meaning of terms, or usage at least? Through over time. Do you, or no, you're not sure? I was just wondering.
No, I mean, the scientific method would say that, but science is reality prescribes and science describes. So the scientific method, so scientists don't get to prescribe anything. They describe what reality prescribes.
So it's an interpretation of a prescription.
It's a description of a prescription.
Okay. Which could
because
be
it uses language. Language is descriptive, so science is subject to language. So it's a descriptive of something that in theory is prescriptive.
Well, I'm just thinking like language changed, and it would appear that science and technology can account for a good chunk of that change with regards to understanding of computation.
Well, I think theoretically the nature of reality didn't change. So if
of course, the nature of reality didn't change. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about words being descriptive or prescriptive.
Kilogram meters squared per second squared was the reality of the material realm before we understood it. So science and the scientific method.
No, those numbers, those words are our descriptions of something that is constant in material reality.
Yeah, so whatever this constant thing that we describe as energy is prescribed by, so to say, the universe. So
and kilogram meters per second, we prescribe that as referencing something.
No, we describe that.
No, we prescribe
it. Science was not prescribed, it was described. Newton did not prescribe, he described.
The scientific process is what prescribes the usage. The peer review process, people looked at calculus, they were like, whoa, this is awesome. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and use it. It's kind of democracy almost. It's like, okay, well, let's just all use calculus because it's great.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's where the
philosophy of science, if you're saying that there was something factual that, this phenomenon that we describe as kilogram meters squared per second squared as energy is some sort of prescriptive phenomenon that existed in the universe, and scientists came and described it. But it wasn't the scientist that prescribed it. It was reality, so to say, that prescribed it. And the scientist described what was prescribed by some sort of higher force that's beyond our control. That's why it's mind independent. That we didn't prescribe it, we described it as mind independent, because this is the reality whether our minds grasp it or not. And our minds can't change it. That's why it's mind independent. That if this phenomenon that we describe as kilogram meter squared per second squared has no dependence at all on our mind.
Are you saying that kilogram meters per second square isn't an interpretation?
It's a description. If you want to call it, like, description is an interpretation, but it's our best method to describe a reality. And saying if it's mind independent, because you're recognizing that it's just a phenomenon that we're describing, and the phenomenon exists whether we described it or not. We didn't prescribe the phenomenon, we described the phenomenon, and that's why it's mind independent, because this phenomenon exists whether we came along to discover it or describe it or not. It didn't, that whether any human ever figured out and described this phenomenon wouldn't change its existence. So if you're coming out with some sort of panpsychist view where you're saying
I'm
like, no,
not.
actually the phenomenon is dependent on mind and our description of it.
It would depend on the definition of a mind. And I'm not at the point of saying, let's all use my definition of mind. I want to explore the ideas and discover what it means to define things
So you're saying the
provisionally.
reality of the phenomenon maybe is more complex than our description of it.
It's necessarily so. I mean, we can't even establish correspondence past Nyquist's theorem type signal transform. And if you understand Nyquist's theorem, you see like it's not necessarily reproducing what's really there.
No, I mean, so if calculus and the nature of the inverse square relationship, that whatever reason this phenomenon exists in reality, and then through the scientific method it has accurately been described. So it's still subject to language, but to say that the words that we use for you kilogram meter squared per second squared, although it's subject to language, is descriptive of the actual material phenomenon. And it took Newton and the calculus and the inverse square relationship to accurately describe this phenomenon. But once it's been described, that the mind is capable of, use the word, understanding something that's mind independent.
I'd use the word assimilating, but sure, understanding is fine. Would you use the phrasing, would you accept the phrasing science works because of mind independent reasons? Even if we don't have a means of articulating them, it seems right that science works because of mind independent reasons.
Science necessitates mind independence.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, so if you're trying to change science and you're saying no, reality is
I'm not.
the
I just
assumption,
wanted
well,
to,
you
I
are.
wanted to go into
You're a
your
panpsychist,
understanding of the
and you're
term.
saying that panpsychism is, so say anathema to mainstream
No,
science. I mean,
it's not.
reality is you are.
It's not anathema to mainstream science. It's consistent with the Copenhagen interpretation mostly.
Well, unlikely. And so, I mean, you could at least see.
Observation and measurement. That's what panpsychism is. That's all panpsychism is. You just need the right definition of observation relative to your own subjectivity to actually cross that divide, but sure.
Well, I mean, there's no benefit to being stupid for no reason, just trying to think you're clever. And so if you're trying to advance alternative understanding of science, like, go for it. But like,
I
don't
want to enable people to learn better. I don't want to shove a bunch of theories in their face they're not ready to understand yet. If panpsychism is not something people are ready to understand, no, I don't want to forward that theory. I don't need to forward panpsychism to forward ideas. I don't know, is it multiple things together? That's my consideration. Daryl seems to be disagreeing with Doovid here, saying the speed of light using prescriptive units of length of time and distance. Yeah, it's a bit hard, but I think Doovid is basically using the term the way that would be the common understanding. Science doesn't work. It's just a description of what nature does. Oh, back to the description, prescriptive thing. Nature works.
Yeah, thank God I studied linguistics.
I guess my issue is that my impression is that conventions seem prescriptive. And so every field would have certain things about it that would be prescriptive. But that's just my, understanding. Not this linguistics understanding.
No, I mean, certification is prescriptive. That's saying the process of like getting a degree and getting grades is prescriptive. But the knowledge itself is descriptive. So it's sort of like what it means to be a physicist, what it means to have a degree in physics, what it means to be published. That's prescriptive, and how that prescription, and even the prescription is more descriptive, just like language itself is.
So
Like
go ahead.
what is the process to obtaining this degree, to obtaining this certification, and so it's a descriptive of this is what you have to do. This is the current system. So the current system, in reality, wasn't prescribed. It arose like language. That there's a lot of different factors that caused the system to be the way it is, and it wasn't prescribed. It arose due to natural phenomenon, not to prescription. But to somewhat, the system is prescriptive. Like this is what you have to do to get a degree in physics. This is what you have to do to get accreditation. This is what you have to do to be published.
Yeah, so in that same sense, this is how you have to understand this concept in order to get this result as a general thing.
But that's what I said, like Newton prescribed a method of calculus, Leibniz prescribed a method of calculus, but no one follows their prescription because their prescriptions were, like Gödel's incompleteness theorem. They were.
I would say the current prescription of calculus is a combo of a bunch of people's contribution. What's currently called calculus wasn't a single person's effort.
Yeah, so a textbook.
But it's nevertheless, it's a methodology. So how can it not be prescriptive if it's a methodology?
Well, it's descriptive. So calculus textbook describes how we solve problems and how we use notation. But if you look into it's like language. Well, why do we use this? And so it arose over time through processes, natural historical processes. So the calculus textbook is descriptive. It means descriptive and prescriptive at the same time to a certain extent, but it's more descriptive.
Mm-hmm.
And so you, as a scientist, are trying to be prescriptive, but the reality is that's an inaccurate view of science. Science should be descriptive, that higher order rules are prescriptive, and those higher order rules are mind independent. So the scientist just describes what is prescribed. And okay. So, well, who prescribed it? That's a question of metaphysics and or theology. Well, so there's these higher order rules that are mind independent. And so all I could do is use my mind as best as possible to try to understand reality, and then I could describe that reality. But I didn't prescribe that reality. I described that reality.
Yes, prescriptions are always task dependent. No unqualified oughts, and a prescription is always an ought. I really like that way of saying it.
I mean, you kind of said that in your assumptions part of your paper, statism, that the universe doesn't have oughts. The universe just has ises. Like energy isn't an ought to be, so to say, kilogram meter squared per second squared. Energy is kilogram meter squared per second squared, and why it is, we don't know. It just is. That's the state of the universe. So science just came to describe what is, and so there's no ought involved. So it's not saying that it ought to obey this rule. It's descriptive of something that is.
Mm-hmm. And then to get not, you've got to add something to the is.
There is no oughts.
Well, theoretically, to get an ought. You need a condition on which the ought is satisfied. The is doesn't offer that intrinsically. I'm agreeing with you, by the way.
I was saying there is no ought, period. Ought is just a human factor of pedagogy, of trying to teach people or get someone from the level of not understanding what is to understanding what is. But ought is something generally say non-scientific. If it ought, it's not scientific. It's scientific if it is. And so when you're talking about the education process, you could use ought, like you ought to do this to achieve some higher level of understanding.
Yep. But even that would be relative to the subject that it was exploring.
That's a process. So it's not an ought like in terms of
it's not
science.
It's a process in the sense that you don't have to
moving from
redefine any terms to define a process. That's a good point. Was that what you were alluding to?
Yeah, it goes back to the mind independent. It's mind independent because it's not an ought, it's an is.
And there's no mind dependence on an is. I guess hypothetically there could be. I'm not even sure I understand what that means, to be honest.
Ought is like the law. You ought not steal, even though you're capable of stealing. As opposed to like you ought to observe the laws of physics. Say no, the law of physics is you will be bound by the laws of physics no matter what you do. As opposed to like law or something like that, you ought to obey the law, even though you have the free will to break the law. And you ought to obey the law because there'll be, so to say, punishment if you break it, even though technically you're allowed to break it. There's nothing stopping you from breaking it, even though there might eventually be punishment. So like karma, reality karma is not an ought. So say you ought, not acquire bad karma because bad karma will lead to bad consequences, but it's not really an ought. It's just it is.
I would phrase it as if you want to avoid such and such bad consequence, then you want to take into account the bad karma of such and such actions.
Yeah, so it's like the ought is more like the law. Like you ought to obey the law, and it's an ought because it's not because you have the potential to not follow it. And then it's dependent. It's not just like there is you could break the law, but according to the higher level laws, there's going to be a reaction to the action of breaking to the laws according to is laws, is phenomenon. And so it's the ought. You could say at a higher level there really is no oughts, even in terms of law and karma, that oughts are also improper. But in terms of language of being descriptive, of saying that okay, I'm trying to help you in your own best interest, and the ought is because some sort of assumption that you don't know what's in your own best interest, and therefore you ought to do what you could do, or you ought to do what you don't want to do, or you ought not to do what you want to do.
So prescriptive and ought, that's synonymous.
Well, I'm saying like the law of gravity versus the law of stealing. You ought not steal. First, say like you ought to obey the law of gravity. You don't have to ought. The law of gravity is an is. as opposed to like you ought not steal, has the implication that you can steal if you want to.
Yeah, I guess the next argument would be that a panpsychism implies something about an ought. But I wouldn't say that's self-evident. But I do think people will have a hard time agreeing that definitions aren't prescriptive over meaning or limited meaning, or at least usage. Not trying to disagree with you. I completely take your point.
That's
I'm
just
just concerned.
pedagogic. When you tell your kid you ought you to use language in this way, that like you spoke improperly, don't end a sentence with a preposition, or various things. It's like an ought, but really it's descriptive that you're
Descriptive
describing.
of a social convention that there are consequences for not following?
Yeah, so I mean, really, like what appears to be prescriptive is really descriptive, because it's like the law, that when you tell your kid like you ought not speak in that manner, it has the implication that, well, really you can speak in that manner, as opposed to the laws of science. You don't have to tell someone to obey these rules. They're subject to the rules whether they like it or not. And so from a scientific understanding of karma, you're saying you're subject to karma whether you realize it or not. I don't have to tell you to be a good person and not be a bad person, because you're subject to karma. And if you're a good person, you'll be rewarded. And if you're a bad person, you'll be punished. Like, I don't need to tell you, I don't need to remind you or tell you. It's just a fact that if you're a good person, you'll be rewarded. If you're a bad person, you'll be punished. And it doesn't take any effort from me. These are factual, so to say, laws of karma that I have confidence in, like the laws of science. And just like teachings, just like gravity. Well, there's a law of gravity, but you could still jump. We could still make a rocket, and it doesn't contradict the law of gravity. There's just other phenomenon that make it possible to jump, even though gravity is a constant phenomenon. So it's just like there's a law against stealing, but we could still steal because there's other factors in the phenomenon that allow you to temporarily, steal or sin and get away with it. But the reality is like, no, you can't sin and get away with it. It's just like, you could exert more energy than the force of gravity and jump. But gravity was always there, and the force of gravity, the law was never temporarily suspended in order for you to jump. Just like the law of not stealing wasn't temporarily suspended for the person to steal. They were just capable of stealing and acquired the bad karma from the action.
So, what about making your thesis about music into, if not a book, then like some sort of a essay? It's pretty good. Or are you saying you want to wait till you get a helper to do that?
Well, I guess I have to think of if I have a target audience or something, like, because okay, I have thoughts on um the
Oh, come
direction.
on. That was more than thoughts. That was amazing. I mean, I didn't realize how good it was until I had a chance to think about it afterwards. I was like, damn, I am so good to have this person on my channel every week. No, just kidding. I thought it was really good.
Well, so it's descriptive of the, so to say, moral direction of society, and is using the music to describe the change in, so to say, the general state of karma over time. So someone could say, well, yeah, this music is from this time period, and it has a descriptive nature of, like I said, the time period. They said like the concept of a generation is because they live through certain common events and certain common aspects of that nature, and the music is descriptive, like like 1987, Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction. Like there was a period of time, 1987, and there was some sort of mood of what it was like to be alive in that, and that corresponds to the popular music of the time. And so people who were alive at that time, like, oh yeah, Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction, of course I remember that, as opposed to like someone who was born 10 years ago, uh, probably never heard of it because they're part of a different time and place also, so to say that maybe it was a worldwide phenomenon, or maybe it was just a local phenomenon. So even Guns N' Roses probably is descriptive of a global phenomenon, and even people in China have heard of Guns N' Roses.
Maybe that could be your descriptor, like a penetration. Like, this was so big that, because what was one other anecdote? The Beatles refused to go to the States unless they became number one or something. I mean, it was so succinct, but it also alluded to this deeper, I don't even know what you call it, but you could unify it under a type of thesis that was conveying a deeper meaning, perhaps.
But it's soft science,
And
maybe
that's how it gets
sociology,
harder, okay?
because it's mind dependent.
But just because something is mind dependent doesn't mean that it can't be
Described,
penetratingly insightful.
but it could still be described, and um, even verified and to some nature proved. It could even
Well, what's the thesis
possibly
that
be
you're trying to prove?
prescriptive of processes, to being like, here's some sort of social phenomenon, and it could predict the future based on the current state. That if you could correctly describe the current status of sociology, that you could prescribe what's going, uh, that you could make prescriptive rules about what's going to occur in the future. That just like under the same like interpolation or scientific process, that if this was the current state in the 1960s and led to the current state in the 70s, the 80s till today, and then you describe the process, and then you could see the current state that we're in, that you could predict where we're headed. And same, because it's a prescriptive rule, that if I've accurately described the rule and I've accurately described the state that we're in, then I could predict where we're headed.
Hmm.
Which is, so sociology is a soft science.
I don't know that you could use it as a model to predict the future. It's more the identification of a trend. And a model would have to incorporate many trends, I think, to be any good on that level. Because you've got to incorporate quite a lot of complexity. But in terms of a trend identification, it's very good. Could be a foundational attribute of a model. The model takes a lot to actually be. I don't think that in and of itself would predict much, because then you're sort of assuming that the internet didn't have a huge effect on how information transfers, and that cannot be the case.
Well, it's mind dependent, as opposed to physics, which is mind independent. Sociology is mind dependent.
Sure. I guess I'm thinking the introduction of the internet would be disruptive technology to any model that was based on previous information, heavily weighted on previous data.
Um, no, I mean, internet's just a tool of communication, dissemination of information.
Uh-huh. And you're saying society is more than that, or what?
Well, if you want to give a causal, like you're saying that you like linguistics, descriptive, not prescriptive, you say what caused the degeneration of society is separate from tracking it. So, okay, well, society's been degenerating, and you could clearly use indicators to track it versus giving some sort of causal, like what caused it. And that'd be a different, you might be able to have causal phenomenon and relate to it, but it could be it's uncaused, or that the causes are that the separate matter, the cause of it.
It's
And
caused, it's just a question of how.
so if you just like, okay, so Guns N' Roses is a global phenomenon because of the technology for communication, like the internet and your recording technology, communication technology. Um, but you're saying that there's some larger karmatic phenomenon of the degeneration of society. You could theorize about what caused it, but you're saying I'm describing it, and then I'm just using um, cultural cues to like as a proof or of this phenomenon, like what that, and it's even qualitative and quantitative. Like this was the popular music of the time, and here's the lyrics, here's the mode of the music, and you could see that it's degenerated. So what happened between the 60s and the 70s and the 80s that caused this degeneration? I might not have an answer to, but I'm saying that, well, the degeneration happened, and here's the correlative evidence to show that it happened. And so once you could show
You
that,
don't even have to call it degeneration. You can just track the themes of music.
well, okay, so degenerative is definitional of saying that there's phenomenon that are better or worse.
It comes
It has
across as passing judgment. If you're actually trying to seem scientific, degenerate implies it's degrading relative to some sort of valuation. Good.
well, I mean, say karma is a science, and saying that good or bad is part of the science of karma, that there's such a thing as good action or bad
But you,
action.
you just said karma doesn't prescribe oughts. Good is an ought.
Yeah, so saying that like, okay, you ought to be monogamous, you ought to maintain sexual purity. It's not an ought. It's a term an ought as a
Well, God
pedagogy.
forbid if you want to put that across in the book, you should make that clear. Otherwise, it'll be sneaking it in. That's no good.
It's saying karmatically, it's saying, okay, well, it's bad karma to you be promiscuous. It's bad karma to various factors that has societal consequences. It's not like an ought, but it's an ought because people are able to uh, to sin. There's no
There's
nothing.
no forbidden, so there's no ought.
But
So you're just saying you have a preference for
the karma
non
is
for what you
factual. That
perceive
and
as
there's
a
negative
preservation
consequence
of
to doing
certain
it.
virtues, and that's fine. But I would make that explicit.
Yeah, I'm saying the karma would imply that the consequence of the action is.
Karma does imply consequences to action, but doesn't say how. So you're always stuck in interpretation land with regards to how. You can say, oh, karma leads to consequences, but the universe is reinvented every second, so those consequences don't exist. Right? So there's bad interpretations of karma.
Okay, so anything else?
Are you going to consider the idea of making your thing into at least an essay? Maybe it could be like a persuasive essay. I don't know, or
Maybe
descriptive
I don't
one.
even have a blog. I don't, besides for you, I'm not sure I have a target audience. Maybe a few people in the chat. So like as of now, like I'm not sure. Like maybe, I mean, it could be, what would come first if like Week in Review grows, then I would consider doing it. Or if I start doing it, but like no, I mean, it's unlikely I'm gonna, like I've never really taken to writing, and so like in the next week that I'm gonna take to it for something random, and like okay, like multiple truth hypothesis was something that but like to write like an article, um, I had offers made like the Michigan Jewish Historical Society. I'd known the one of the past presidents of it, and said like, okay, if I wrote an article, he would publish it in the Michigan Jewish Historical Society newsletter or something like that. Like I don't even know if like I don't know if like someone from like the Unz Review, or I don't even know who would publish, like someone from some journal that said that they would publish something if I wrote it, or if I just wrote it and then would move into publishing it. Um, so maybe I'll consider it, but yeah, I think it's unlikely this week. I'm just gonna pick up writing, but it's
Just get
possible.
Charles Moskowitz to help you. He offered to, didn't he?
I don't think so. I mean, he might look at something if I wrote it, but I think he's more about himself. Like, and he doesn't. I mean, he's more about his politics. He's not really. I'm not sure. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, he self publishes his stuff, and then part of why he does his internet show is to sell his books. So I mean, he might let me promote or something. I don't know. I don't know if he'd like. I mean, he's a decent writer. Like, but I'm not even sure like if he'd be a good writing coach or anything like that. So he's just a prolific author, and most of his books
Oh
are
yeah, he's
political.
only written like what 30 books. Yeah, he's probably just a shit author who hates writing and all that.
Well, I mean,
But,
he's not like a writing coach, and he's not. Uh,
but he
you
has
know,
this whole paternalistic vibe towards you now. You can tell he
well, he's
finds
more
you
like
adorable.
I'm a conservative commentator who writes books, but it's saying like, uh, I don't want to, saying like none of his books are, received any like prizes. All of his books are self-published. Actually, I'm not sure if all of his books are
But
self-published, but
they exist.
well, they exist. He has books. Like he does his streams. He tries to sell his books. Uh, like so many, like he has the accomplishment. He's written books, but by saying like they are self-published books. To say that, not to say if that's like say they're low quality books, but they're of the quality that they're not that he had to self-publish them. So the level of accomplishment is there. He's written many books. He said his last book on the sociology of conservatism. Maybe it only sold a few hundred copies. His book on the devil, probably sold a few thousand copies. But yeah, I mean, and that's why I said like I don't even think I'd like, uh, and he's out there self promoting himself. So I'm not really a self promoting type person. So like if I wrote something, I don't even think I'd sell a few hundred copies, and I probably wouldn't even self promote it. So like I would probably, I would probably have a
How
hard
many
time
people
giving.
would have to read it for it to be worth it?
Well, financially or time effort. I mean, even just like okay, you write a blog, like you don't make anything from it. Like maybe a few hundred people read your blog, maybe a few thousand
I
people.
want to know how many people would have to read it for it to be worth it. Just surely based on numbers, even if there was no money, or would there have to be money for it to be worth it? Just for you, just wondering.
Well, if there were people who really were interested in understanding my idea, it might be worth writing a few articles just for
Uh,
just for a few
you're not
people.
going to know that in advance of putting the idea out there. Just saying. I mean, you probably don't even fully know what the idea is because just conceiving of an idea and actually being able to describe it is completely different. It's so hard to describe it. And I mean, Chuck seems to at least have a methodology for pumping the thing out.
Yeah, I don't really self promote myself, so I don't even know if there's anyone who has interest in it. And then I'm not really. like a self promotion type person. So even if I did it, I don't even know who I'd promote it to, or I probably wouldn't promote it. So I just do it, and like maybe we talk about it in week in review, and tens of people would look at it. So as of now, that's not enough um, motivation for me.
How many people would have to look at it for it to be worth it?
I'm not sure it's a number of people thing. Saying if I thought I was advancing a better understanding among myself, or helping other people understand something, um, like if I was saying things that were interesting to people, and they were having a hard time understanding it, and then so like, okay, look, I wrote an article, and now they understand what I was talking about. That might be the cause of me doing that, and I might do that even just for a handful of people. uh, but like, besides for you, I mean, it's even the first time you really even mentioned that. So even you, so you're just one person. It's like, even if it's just one person, maybe would be enough to
You're
for
the one person you write the blog for. You write your writings for yourself. I mean, I think that's what all the successful authors say.
yes, I never had a call to write. Like, I like thinking about these things. I like talking about ideas. Even streaming, so it's out there. There's a like a record that people, but you like to write. I never had like a push or feel to do it. As a recognition that the written word's a better, probably the most recognized important way of communicating. But yeah, I appreciate the push, but we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll try to write something on it, but like, it takes a lot of work. Saying like a scientific paper, there's a lot of research, and
That's why what you already came up with could easily generalize to that. And you don't even have to put it on a blog. Like, I've got reams and reams and reams of writing that I never put out on a blog, and is crap probably. I don't know.
I
Your
don't.
ideas are really good. I
I've
guess.
never written, like, I used to have notes, like, even I have some notes when I was in Israel, like on
I
books
honestly
or
feel the
things that I
same as you.
studied.
I
But
feel like I've never written either.
no, I'm saying literally, I never writing. I don't have any writings. Like, I wrote a few essays, um, like 15 years ago. I wrote like two or three essays. I think I lost my computer. I don't even have those anymore. Um, and those were like precipitated by drug use. And I had some. I actually did write two papers. Um, One of them was even like a full 8 pages, which was kind of like precipitated by drug use. And another 2 page paper on some sort of mental transformation of like my Jewish mystical experience. Um, and that was like 15 years ago. And besides for that, I've never written. And it's like in the last 10 years, like, I don't even have like a page. I don't have any computer documents. Like, I've never written. I think I have a pretty good memory. So, and I've also trained my memory. So I like to, by not writing as a method to make my memory work.
I have
But
so much stuff written down.
I don't even have like notebooks anywhere. I don't have, I gave a few speeches uh, at the downtown synagogue, like a few sermons. And maybe I kept the notes. I jotted down a few notes to have a paper in front of me that were more like an outline, or a few verses that I wanted to say correctly. And I think I held on to those. Um, but like, literally, I just have a handful of pieces of paper of
A
things I've
drug
written.
induced insight.
Those I lost. Like, actually, that one I wrote a 8 page essay. I remember it was actually, I thought it was pretty good, but I even handed that. I, I I think I only gave it to like three or four people. I don't even know if I have it anymore. Like, I was in a drug induced state, and I was day trading then, and I wrote it basically for myself, and that was even before I went back to university, so it probably wasn't super high quality. I printed out a few copies, gave it to a few people I worked with, and probably less than 5 people. And then that computer, I think, actually got stolen. So I have no access to it, and I don't have contact with even I doubt the people I gave it to kept it.
Well, maybe they did. I don't think you need to seek it out. It was just an idea. I mean, I just thought you might enjoy it, but maybe not.
I mean,
And maybe
publishing a paper.
somebody else in the audience is interested in joining Doovid and writing an essay based on his thesis about the degeneration. Very interesting stuff.
Well, I mean, if Weekend Review grew into like a newsletter or something like that, maybe I could consider writing. Oh, but it's like as of now, saying for yourself, like I said, pushing you to publish a paper, even like multiple truth hypothesis. You say, I think I have an idea that you even say semi profound, and the proper venue for it would be publishing a paper or even like a book. And then I say, well, here's my idea, here's what I'm getting at. Where actually, some sort of like an article, even the like music and the degeneration. If it was, I listened to the Glenn show, like John McWhorter, who now writes an editorial for the New York Times, like 2 a week. And so he's a pretty famous guy. He's written books, a linguist, and he writes 2 editorials for the New York Times every week. Even some people maybe even write more than that. But yeah, I could see, like, if I had a some sort of audience that was interested in what I thought, like I might publish and write more. But like, you're the first person who ever asked. Saying the only
Uh,
like one person.
this is very sad to me because you're causing yourself a tremendous amount of unneeded pain.
One, saying like in the last 20 years, only like one person, um, who was the head of the Jewish Historical Society, and like I went to a lot of the events. We spoke. And he saw I knew a lot about. He said, like, you should write, something for the. And he's no longer the president. He moved on to something else, and like so he had briefly mentioned like you should you write something for the Jewish Historical Society of Michigan. I'll publish it. And I know like, and then he moved on and never did it, and he's not in the position anymore. That's the only person I think I could ever remember asking me to write something, and maybe I should have done it, but I didn't. And he's not even in the position anymore. I'm not caught up with the organization. They've changed leadership, and I'm not connected to the leadership of the organization anymore. Well, actually, I was still friend on Facebook with some of the people involved, but and so you're the second. You're only the second. You're the second person to ask me to write something.
Well, I mean, you should never write because somebody asked you to.
No, that's a pretty good reason. And the most likely reason I would write is because someone asked me to. That would be the single most likely reason I would write something.
Well, they don't maybe even know what to ask.
I'm just saying, like, okay, like Detroit ISCON had a newsletter, and I don't know, like they never asked me to write something, but I saw like they had, like,
Nobody
but
asked me to write my blog either. If I was waiting for somebody to tell me or ask me to write something, I'd be waiting forever.
well, I mean, that's probably okay. So we're talking, we still have a show. It's episode 147, because you have thoughts and you wrote about it. So we, what to talk about. And, like I stream, put out there, or, impromptu. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad you did. Like, I read your blog. You have interesting ideas. We have what to talk about. You have somewhat of an audience. You got 1,100 subs. I don't know if your blog, if you have a counter of how many hits times people have clicked on it.
Yeah, I could estimate how many I have, like the per year um, views. I was just gonna say, like, how many people have to read it for it to be worth it? And to me, like, I wouldn't say I have that many views, but it's. I think if I had 3 views, that would be enough. Even just
I'm not really
two
involved in
views.
anything, but I think when I was involved at the downtown synagogue, if they'd asked me to write something for their newsletter, I probably would have done it, even if only like 20 people would have read it. Like I would say, even if just the people involved would have read it. Because it was something I was involved in, a way to communicate something. Like they didn't have a newsletter and they didn't ask me. But it's saying like, yeah, just if it was something I was involved in, so like if we can review and we had a newsletter and like you and memes or like even like when you like Ralph or something, like if he had like a House of Commons newsletter, like I was saying, that's why it's like all like, God forbid, it's all trolling, it's not serious. But saying like, yeah, if it was more serious, like Ralph was like, oh, like I have a newsletter, you're like, Doovid, why don't you write
You're
an
sort of
article?
doing like a chicken and egg, cart and horse fallacy, I feel here.
No, no, I was saying that
If you build it,
you
they will
usually
come.
write as a method of communicating to the people, that is saying like, I'm not self-promoting. So I was saying, when like if I was involved in an organization and they had a newsletter and I was a prominent member of the organization, I would probably write for it, but I'm not. Um, so it's just like, okay, like, like how Ralph, okay, like he got a bigger following than we do. I was on his show for a while, but like it wasn't so friendly. He doesn't have a newsletter, and if I did write something, it would probably all be like negative feedback. It wouldn't there'd be no demand for it. Um,
All
but
right.
so
So the idea
usually
of
you
making a newsletter with Ralph is not a good one. I'll agree on that.
well, I mean, we could make a newsletter. You already have your blog, but saying make a newsletter for Week in Review. It's really just me and you have your blog, so then it wouldn't, so it'd really just be for me because like like I don't know if I do like a guest essay on your week on your Church of Entropy or something. I don't even know if that even makes sense. Um, Although maybe that like if I'd start my
When
own
you
blog.
have a desire to improve your thinking process, you get a goal, which you then approach through writing. And the writing is itself the goal, which is to summarize the idea optimally based on a particular predetermined parameter, which could be anything from idea to a number of words. I myself have never written relative to a number of words, but I think starting out probably an easier way to go about it. To say like
I
I'm
mean, they
only going
blog
to put
pseudo thing.
1,500
What if
words.
someone subscribed all these weekend reviews into a book? And well, I mean, a lot of rabbis or gurus didn't write, and then like Vivekananda, book.
Obviously, guru writing their own shit is almost unheard of if you didn't know that already. But yeah, somebody if they feel a need or not a need, but a yearning to be part of this, hit us up. Eventually, the position it's getting filled.
Well, the
Know what I'm
majority of
saying?
gurus did in fact write their own books, but the ones that didn't,
Usually they would have a scribe, at least one, but feel free to point me
well, I
in.
was saying that
I
their
mean,
speeches
there's
were
literally
transcribed
stories
and
of
put into a
yogis
book.
reading
I was saying
minds
like,
to pass exams in university. Those guys aren't writing their own books by a long shot.
well, I think majority people do eventually write books of big personalities, and
That doesn't
then
mean that they didn't get ghost written. And I'm not saying they were fraudulent. I'm saying the guy's sitting there dictating and someone else is writing it down and putting it in complete in sentences. Hence the workaround for you who doesn't want to write. You get the writer to dictate to your thoughts too, and they write it out.
well, I was just talking to the comment in the chat that you could have a a collection of speeches put into a book, but like that's usually done by other people. And so like, like I'm
Don't you
not big
want
enough.
any creative control over a book written in your name? Just curious.
Well, it doesn't matter. So if you're a public personality and you speak a lot, that someone would start transcribing the speeches and put it into a book. They could do that with or without your permission, or you could edit it. And so I'm very familiar with that. Like, the Lubavitch Rebbe didn't really. In fact, I don't even know if the Lubavitch Rebbe wrote any books, but a lot of his speeches that they were transcribed, and then he even looked at the transcription, made some edits or notes on them, and so there's shelves and shelves of books of transcription because the Lubavitch Rebbe spoke, multiple times every week and many times for hours, so that there's literally like tens of books of transcriptions of his speeches, and even organized on topics. Although I'm not sure, and then the Rebbe even had a procedure that he would speak and someone would take notes and transcribe it, and then they would show him, and so a lot of famous gurus like we know the process of how it's like Prabhupada actively wrote books or had people written
He
you know
dictated the content of some pamphlets, I'm sure. Did he actually
well
put pen to? Did he put quill to papyrus?
well I mean Prabhupada wrote tens of books. I mean a lot of rabbis.
Did he physically write the book, or did he speak words that were written down on his behalf?
I would say the majority of rabbis and
We're talking
gurus.
about gurus, not rabbis here.
Well, I said the majority actually wrote books, like from
Okay.
organized books. Like
Okay. Books were written with
some of
their
the ones
name
that
on them.
didn't write books,
Did
we
they
have their
physically write the
transcriptions of
book though?
speeches. I don't know. You're just getting stupid for no reason again. We just end the
I'm not
show.
talking. I'm
So
sorry, dude, but I'm
I
not
was
talking
saying
about
something
rabbis here.
factual. I
I'm not
have a
talking about
whole
rabbis
shelf
though.
here of books.
Sure.
Like
I'm not
yes,
talking
like
about
the
rabbis though.
gurus wrote books. Like not all of them, and a lot of the gurus that didn't write books, we have collections of their speeches. I don't want to get stupid for no reason. Like they wrote books. They may have had people that like even some of them had people that helped, but most of them actively wrote their own books. Like they're known by their books. Some of them have speeches that are transcribed. Some of them did like it's the minority that didn't write books. And of the minority that didn't write books, uh, most of them we have transcriptions of speeches that they used to give. And so even it's like Lord Chaitanya, that we don't even have speeches. We just have like the 8 verses that so Lord Chaitanya. There's not even transcriptions of the speeches like biography. But no, I mean, it's like the majority of gurus wrote books, and they actively, uh, like Shankaracharya. I mean, he's already a distant personality. Even like the Arya Samaj, like the Satya Prakash. I don't know I
Swami
didn't study
Dayananda
the.
dictated his books. The chances Shankaracharya physically wrote down anything are about zero.
I'm not sure. I think that's probably knowable. So I mean, there's probably a tradition whether how his books came
That's what
about.
an oral tradition is. Shankaracharya would have had no need for anything other than his counting beads and a conch, or whatever he was using at the time.
My guess is you're wrong. And like, no, I'm saying that people wanted accurate. Uh,
And
the
what constitutes accuracy in the oral tradition is the transmission of the oral teachings, which have nothing to do with books.
No, I'm saying a recognition that there's a written record, and they would want their own written record to be exact, so they wrote their own books.
So they would see writing their own book as biasing it and dictating the contents of a book as less biasing, because there could be other people listening as they spoke to correct any possible errors, if you want to get technical. Tinkle says you could be a cult leader. I highly doubt Doovid wants that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, personally, I think you're incorrect. I mean, certainly within ISKCON, you're definitely incorrect. Not, I mean, ISKCON like Gaudiya Math and um, I mean, but even Vivekananda, obviously, autobiography of a yogi. Uh, I mean, certain people didn't write books, but I think that, I mean, I'm just looking at my shelf. The majority did.
It's a
And we
question of
know
getting help writing a book, not about whether. No one's denying that they
most of
contributed
them.
the
I mean,
contents of a book. It's about did they get help, and the answer
didn't
is
get
yes, they
help.
got help.
They sat hours and wrote. Like I have their biographies there. I know their books. Like Prabhupada wrote 30,000 pages, and some of them later, like he a lot of those he said on tape or had help, but tens of his books he wrote himself, cover to cover. Prabhupada's guru wrote like over 100 books. That's what he did. Like at night, every night, he sat there and wrote books. This thing, I have a lot of these books on my shelf, like generations of, going back, that's what they did. They wrote books. They were very precise. Certainly rabbis, almost all of the majority famous rabbis, some rabbis that built up movements, mostly spoke and didn't write books, or the books we have are compilations of speeches, but the majority of rabbis were very precise and wrote books. And we have, their introductions to their books, I have them on my shelf. I could go over one by one how they came to be. I mean, you might have some sort of perception about the oral law, or why people may not write, maybe heads of movements, um, or certain level, but it's like, no, most, certain level, like putting something to a book is, the normal say. And, for if you have a following and you haven't written a book, so could maybe your followers, or your haters will write a book for you, but, so like you're best taking that under your own control and writing your own book. So like I'm not that prominent of a personality to have a demand for my, information, that I've even, considered it. I had an idea that that other people don't seem to know, that I've thought to committing to writing. It's a lot of work, but yet, let alone just random thoughts that I have, that I'd commit, that I still don't even know who would read it, if there's any demand for it.
That's the wrong way to look at it.
There's no
You're
point. You're saying the wrong way to look at
saying,
it. It's
I
like, it's
got to
just the
serve
facts
other
are the
people
facts.
or it's pointless. It's got to be for someone else or there's no point in doing it.
I didn't say it's pointless. I'm saying it's a phenomenon. Like for my own mental growth, say I might gain from writing, but like time is limited, and whether I'm going to commit to writing for my own mental growth, uh, but it's saying that writing generally is a method to communicate to other people.
Intentionality can change the substance of the writing experience.
But I'm saying writing is a method of communication, and I
Okay.
don't need to write to communicate to myself. That I'm saying writing could improve the thinking process, or my own thought, but
Yeah.
the general purpose of writing is to communicate to other people. Or you just, get stupid for no reason. Like
I
you're trying to
I'm
trying
trying to
to
give you a
trying to out
perspective
clever
here.
yourself.
No, it's not stupid. It's a very important perspective thing. Like when I write on my blog, it's to explain it to myself, not to other people. It's to explain it to a less intelligent version of myself. I don't write for other people. So I just thought if you were writing for other people, maybe you were getting confused about the purpose of writing.
Well, I mean, that's why you're getting stupid for no reason. The
Oh, I
purpose
don't
of
know why you got
writing
to
is
keep
to
saying that.
communicate to other people. Like, yes, there is some added, and you could say you get some benefit for writing for yourself, but you have to get stupid for no reason and try to contradict the basic, premise that the purpose of writing is to communicate to other people. It's
That's
like,
true.
no, the purpose of writing has nothing to do with communicating to other people.
No, it
Is
does.
okay if you're trying to make a point and sound
I'm
clever,
not trying to
like
make a point. I'm saying that
okay, like
writing isn't always the same purpose and you can use it to different ends, including improving the structure of your ideas. But if you don't think that it's possible to do that, to write for its own sake, that it's always got to be for a particular thing,
I do
then it's not going to
understand
work.
that, but I'm just saying I'm not sure that these ideas are important enough that I would write them
Who
for my own
cares?
understanding. I would write them for the purpose of communicating to other people, but there's no one that, as far as I see, that I would write to communicate it to, so I'm not writing. And so in terms of like the thoughts on this, like I don't think they're important enough that I need to be that clarified, like what different that I would need to, go through some research or record to clarify some sort of cultural record of the degeneration of, society through music or something like that. That I don't need to communicate that to myself. There's enough work that I need to do, that, I don't think I would like. Multiple truth hypothesis was something that maybe I considered important enough that I would do that. So there's something like writing on the degeneration side through music is something I would do for other people, not for myself. I mean, I don't care that. I mean, so okay, I care that you write
Is
your
it in
book.
some
Oh,
way
that's
an
fine.
example of the success of multiple truth hypothesis? Like, did you use that methodology when approaching the writing of your summary of that? Or did you even write a summary of it? Or did you
I
just
didn't.
memorize that entire take?
I have nothing written on multiple truth hypothesis. I mean,
I
maybe a few
know.
things
Did you
on.
use MTH to generate your thesis or your summary thing of the music thing?
Well, I use it for everything. So saying that I would
So
write.
maybe the thing you could write about is how.
Well, I'm saying that because there's no value proposition, because I would
The
write.
value proposition is to get better at MTH for yourself, if that's not good enough, but also other people might benefit from you. You don't know the degree to which other people might benefit from it.
Yeah, so that's saying when I have someone else to communicate it to, I would consider writing about it. But as of now, um, no one's asked, and I don't even know if anyone would read it. That saying like time is short, time is
They
limited.
will read it. You might
Well,
not
maybe they
have
would, maybe
anybody
they wouldn't.
resonate with it, but you will never know if anyone will resonate with it unless you write it. Some people reading it doesn't mean they're going to identify with it, but it's the only way to start having a non-zero probability of connecting on the level of that idea, if that's what means something to you.
Well, I don't think it is. You're saying like, okay, it's something I developed, it's something I used, and if it was valuable to other people, I would probably be willing to disseminate it. But as of now, no one's interested. Like even you're only mildly interested in.
Yeah, your uh, how about amazing memory? That not enough of a reason?
Well, I said that I use it for myself. I develop it for myself as a mental
Yeah,
technique for my own purposes.
right. And there's a demonstration that it works with the memory stuff.
Well, I mean, it's okay. I use it. I develop it for myself because I wanted a mental technique to fulfill my own
That's great.
purposes.
That's great. That doesn't go in the book. That goes in your diary. Just kidding. Terrible joke.
So I mean, it makes no difference to me whether anyone else knows it. Okay, like I used it, it worked for me. I'm glad I'm glad like I perfected and I keep on using it, and I'm happy with it. If it was value as like some good karma or venue that I would write about it for the sake of other people.
So you're not convinced that other people could benefit from it.
Well, I think other people could benefit from it, but
Even
you
though we
just
have the evidence of a really good memory. Are you
um,
willing to attribute your good memory to MTH?
well, partially. I mean, it
Then
could
I
be.
would start doing memory demonstrations, competitions of memory. Somehow
I do that all the time. Like, am I always
devise
supposed
that.
to? I mean, I'm constantly winning chess tournaments. Even
That is
internationally.
not clearly a memorization strategy. That could
They got
be
rid of followers on the chess server, but like like I'm not sure how many followers. I might even be close to like 1,000 followers on the chess server.
great.
Saying I won two international chess tournaments this week against tough competition. Uh, like but people ask me, like I was saying, people ask me to help them at chess all the time. Usually I don't bring up multiple truth hypotheses. I've mentioned to a handful of
Well,
people.
that's the mark of a good methodology is you don't actually have to refer to it by name because the process doesn't need to be named. The process is just there in the background doing its job.
No, it's
That's
not.
why you want to tease it
I
out
understand.
and say,
No, I'm saying I give people recommendations for improving at chess all the time. None of the people that I talk to are at the level where they would be able to comprehend, or I would even be able to bring up multiple truth hypotheses. I don't even think any of them would actually.
you don't know why MTH works. That's why you need to meta analyze the data you have access to, which is the memory, and figure out how it's
Well,
improving
I
the
do. I'm
memory.
saying my videos on my channel have hundreds of views, and in fact, I know a lot of chess players that have watched it. I've spoken to them about it. But in terms of them understanding multiple truth hypothesis, it's more
We're
generic.
talking about attributing your success in chess to MTH, but the bigger gulf is
It's more
attributing success
chunking
in
theory.
chess. Yeah, attributing success in chess to memory is a bit of a leap, don't you think?
No, it's not a leap at all. I'm saying it's
Audience,
someone.
what do you think? Is it a leap to attribute Being good in
I
chess
don't think any chess players
exclusively to memory.
well, not exclusively, but I'm saying like we don't have a chess audience, and I don't think any of the people I
It's
play
to
chess
me,
with
it's a meta pattern
appear in the
recognition.
chat.
It's a state. It would be a state simulation, a meta pattern recognition, and a proximal states trying to figure out a fastest way to reach a goal, like a not a brute forcing thing, but just like a game theoretical iteration of various things. You cannot argue that was memorization. You'd say more so that was active reasoning. Memorization would actually have to be something
Was reasoning out, but I'm saying a lot of
like,
it's memorization.
for
Like,
example, you stating your
I don't
thesis
really want to argue
on
about it with you. But I mean, you're just wrong.
about
So
what?
like no, I mean, I have thousands and thousands of uh
I'm not disagreeing with you on that level.
lines
I'm talking about
memorized
what's
out.
going to
I have
convince the masses. I
like
agree. Yes, fine. I'm not
I mean,
disagreeing on
like
that
a
level.
lot of the people that I play and beat, it's because I have combinations, from
I'm
the
not
opening
denying that.
memorized, out for tens of moves, like thousands of combinations, and
I am not denying that memory is important and integral in chess is not the deciding factor of what makes a champion in chess. What you
well,
want is a
it's one of the
direct.
important factors. And saying
I'm
I coach
sure it
chess,
is.
I
I'm
talk
sure it
about.
is.
Man,
Let's
you're just
talk
getting
to some.
stupid for no reason. Like we're saying, like not even you would read my paper because you asked me a question, you're not
Of
even
course I
interested in
would.
my answer. I
Of
said
course
like
I
no,
would read
like
your paper.
Doovid talks with Doovid coaches, tens. I mean, really, like even hundreds of people, at chess. Like I have over 500 people in my chess groups on the server. Like I message tens of people every week about chess, and just saying like as a fact, none of them are holding at the point to understand multiple truth hypothesis. I talk to them about memory techniques, but in terms of multiple truth hypothesis, a handful I've mentioned it to, but most of them are just giving generic advice that's way prior to multiple truth hypothesis. I made the video. A handful of people have watched it, and at a level, they're more thinking of just pure chunking theory, and even chunking theory. Most of the chess players don't understand. Uh, but some that I've spoken about just pure memory techniques. Uh, but like no one's asked me to uh, I mean, actually, I just had on my channel a few weeks ago this, a chess player that we're thinking of writing a book together. Although it would probably be technical, it wouldn't include like a chapter on multiple truth hypothesis or memory techniques. It would be technical about chess.
Could it include a chapter on
It
memory
probably
techniques?
wouldn't. I mean, it's just not the way chess books are structured. It'd be technical about chess.
Okay.
It'd just be like a book on physics or something or math. You could say, well, here's a chapter on mental techniques because mental techniques will help you understand physics or math. And you're like, no, it'd be technical on the subject, and even so like um, but yeah, I mean, my videos on multiple truth hypothesis are semi-popular, have hundreds of views, and the majority of the people who watch them are chess players.
Who is wanting to write a book about chess?
I had the more chess on my channel a few weeks ago, about the horde variant. In fact, he was in the chat. I won this big tournament on Saturday, the monthly shield. He was in the chat there, but saying that my memory techniques have been demonstrated by me winning major chess tournaments against top competition, and a lot of that has been through greater memory than my opponent. The reason I was able to win is because I memorized variations, a few steps further than they did.
Yeah.
But I mean, to the
Would
point where people are going to be like, "Oh, like please teach me your memory technique." But if I had people ask me, I would probably write for that. But like it's not at the point where anyone is.
imagine I was waiting for people to beg me to teach them about the space time continuum before I began. Imagine how long I'd be waiting.
Well, you might not, but I'm saying maybe you would have perfected your ideas better. So okay, so
No,
like
writing helped me make my ideas more effectively
I
communicated.
played chess more to test my memory techniques. I didn't develop my memory techniques to win at chess. I did it because I wanted to increase my general mental capacity, and then I test it by playing chess. So that say like that people would want to know my memory techniques purely for the sake of being able to win at chess is possible. Uh, and even my speed reading video is one of my most popular videos that I promote that all the time. But that's not specific to my so it's a multiple truth hypothesis technique and just an overview of the general techniques. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of work in precursor thing to really have something to show and to say of demand. So it's okay. You could good for you. You're right. Like I would rather create some demand
The
and
demand for my writing comes from the fact that I wrote something. I wrote something because I had something to write. I had something to write because I knew something. I knew something because I spent a long, long time contemplating it.
was there a demand for your writing? Some of you
It
write
does
for yourself.
not matter. There is a need. It's not about a demand. People don't necessarily, they're not necessarily in touch with their needs.
Well, I mean, the demand, like I said, like okay, if it
I
was,
don't care. There's no,
that's why I
there's
said
not
if there was a
necessarily going to be a
periodical.
demand for this because it's extremely virtuous. And right now we're in a non virtuous focused society time.
Yeah, so I did things for my own self benefit. I didn't need to write them for my own self benefit. I would consider writing it for the benefit of others, but as of now, it's unclear whether there's anyone else out there that would benefit from. So I didn't write.
Well, you have all this evidence of improved memory, and you're basically saying, well, I don't have any reason to think people could benefit from a memory technique that has all this established evidence in support of it working so well.
Um, well, I think people might benefit from it, but I don't have any evidence that people would read or care about it. That like I mean,
Who
I
cares
know
if they would care or not? And you're lying.
because I'd be writing for other people.
Okay.
So it's like I don't need to write for myself. I would say there might be some. I could see the some benefit, but
You'll be
generally,
better at writing for other people.
I didn't need to write this stuff to develop it for myself. I was able to do it mentally, and it's a mental technique. And part of it is visualization. I didn't actually need to write it, and it's
Yes,
like
so
a
we
memory
could
technique.
describe all the things you do for your visualization technique, and that
So
could
it's
be
saying that if
part of
I
the book.
wrote it, it would be for other people. But
Exactly.
as of now, there's no one else that appears to want to read anything that I write. So I don't write. And like you're
People
just
would
bickering makes me
appreciate,
less likely to write because it's just
well, you're
it seems
saying,
like you're just being stupid or argumentative for no reason.
I don't want to write because no one's asked me to write,
Because
even though I have
I
this
say
great
the
memory
purpose of
technique.
writing is to communicate with other people, and I don't have anyone else to communicate with that necessitate writing. So
You
I don't
don't
need
think
to
some people
communicate
learn
with
better through reading?
theoretical people out there that might want to communicate with me. I would be writing for people I actually know that want to communicate that want to read communicate me through the written word. And as of now, those people don't exist. So I don't write. You're saying if you're out there theoretically like writing to communicate with people that like theoretically may or may not exist. Like so no, I don't feel compelled to write for people that theoretically may or may not exist. I would write for people that I know exist and have demand for what I have to
I
say.
don't like writing myself. I find it,
So just speak about yourself. So
ugh.
I understand these things are very clear in my head or why not. So I seem to be relative. I understand what you're doing also. Like you're not doing any benefit by like you said, like I've explained to you the phenomenon that I would be writing to communicate with other people that I know that there's demand that are actually interested in what I'm writing. I wouldn't be writing to communicate to theoretically people I don't know that may or may not be interested. So I was saying if like I gave the example like Week in Review, our audience is pretty small and it's mostly just like stupid theoretical argumentation that I don't even think any of the people that watch Week in Review, more than a handful, would even seriously read something that I wrote. that even for Week in Review, our own show is not at the level where I would even write for it. If it was at that level where there were people in the chat like asking me to write on it, I would probably do it. But like not even this show, like no one in the audience is even like if they're even listening to this, they're probably more interested in just like what a jerk this guy. I don't even know why I'm watching him, than asking me to write something so they can understand some of the things I'm talking about. And if it was a bigger platform like Ralph's, if there was actually like people that heard some of the stuff I thought and said that were like, wow, like would you mind writing an article on that? I would probably do it, but it hasn't happened, so I haven't done it.
Okay, everybody. So if you have an idea, Doovid will dictate the answers. In and of itself, though, very compelling storytelling. And I would say, can you just refresh me the whole thing you went through with the history of music? Did you have notes on that, or was that just banged off from memory?
Yeah, it's really based on the communication. I mean, the
Can you
heroes
answer
journey.
my question, though? When you gave that lecture at the beginning of the last show, did you have notes, or were you just going off memory?
I've never once made notes for Week in Review.
So that's a no, then. I take it.
I mean, but I Facebook DM you usually just links like I don't even, occasionally like we message about like talking, but like I almost never message you like notes. It's usually just links. I've never made notes for Week in Review, besides for the Facebook DMs.
And how long did you spend thinking about the thesis that you banged out vis-a-vis the what I forget, good guy, not good guy, bad guy, but the hero journey, sorry, loser journey?
That really just came to me like last month. Like I ran out of Hebrew chants, and so I thought I'd do some secular music. And then when I was chanting, like I was looking at the words, and it really came out of the DM when you something you said, and I said like about the opposite of the hero's journey. I said, well, yeah, the anti-hero's journey, the loser's journey, and then that next week, I it made me think of that Radiohead song "Creep."
Okay,
And
so now what needs to happen is someone needs to make a diagram of that thing that he banged out at the beginning of not this episode, but the episode before it about, I mean, because that was gold. It was right at the beginning of the episode, right?
well, we don't have an audience like that. Like, no, I mean, like, if
Can you just like it was last week that you gave your thesis on the loser's journey, and it was at the beginning of the
well, I
show.
mean, it's already been like 2 months now. I've been doing secular songs, and from just doing
Okay.
that, I came up with this, like the switch from the hero's journey to the loser's journey. And I mean, honestly, like I have more important like things to do with my time than to research the history of music. Actually, I'm indexing my father's
I'm
record
not
collection
suggesting you
that
research the history
I
of
want to
music,
like do
Doovid.
a bunch of research in the history of music. Although I'm doing some work now on records, so like I've been doing work with like my business. Right now I'm not selling any, but we have a huge record collection. I sell CDs, so like I have like I'm working with music mostly just as a merchant, but so, I mean, it's something I could do. I have access to a huge library of music. Um, yeah, if there was demand for it, like if people in the audience enjoyed that, like that's what I talked about, like a community of people interested. Like I would write an article. In the article, if it was well received, I would probably do more research.
Um, I thought it was really good. Dog Pluto asked, was it the one talking about degenerate music and all that? I think so. And the
I mean,
whole point
if you
is we
put into
want
it,
to get an anecdotal instantiation of the effectiveness of this memory technique. So we don't just want to be like, here's my memory technique. It's like, no, I bang this out, and here's the fucking diagram, and it's really good. Look at that diagram, and you bang out something you only thought about for a couple weeks that looks that good structurally. It was structurally very harmonic. I haven't broken it down myself, but and it was long. And it was a single train of information. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, my thesis, and I'd have to look like the due diligence because it's not
I mean,
my
I've tried to
idea.
drag this multiple truth stuff out of you for years now, but at some point, maybe words just don't quite encompass it. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I was describing Hebrew music chants, Hare Krishna tunes, that they follow the structure of the hero's journey. And then when I was talking about, modern music, I was saying these aren't heroes' journeys; these are losers' journeys. And then examining some of the songs. So I would put that into like a paper that would follow the introduction, body, conclusion, where I would make some sort of thesis statement that music over the last decades has changed from the hero's journey to the loser's journey, and then I would have to describe the hero's journey, its connection to music, and put forward the argument uh, that there's been a factual change, and then you bring some proof through popular music that I could probably write. I could write a 500 word article. I could probably write a 5,000 word article, and if there's interest, I could probably write a book. But it'd be a level of research, and so just something I've been doing for the beginning of the show, since I haven't been like doing Hebrew chants because I went through. I could just start repeating chants, but one thing I probably know, I know more chants than I would do, but like my memory at this point to just like a show 147 to remember like which chants I've done, which ones I haven't done. I'm reaching somewhat the limits
I
of my
don't care if
memory.
there's repeats. I wouldn't even care if it was the same chant every single episode for the last 147 episodes.
I was trying to do a new one, so like either I would have
Okay.
to, and because there's no
You'd have to
time,
consult the rabbi to get some really
there was no
esoteric chants.
timestamp. So like going through like finding where I did the chant, and it could be like 2 minutes in to like 30 minutes in, and going through like 100 of them to see which ones I already did, and then to try to do new ones. Like I thought about doing that, so I just switched to doing popular music. And then because I was doing popular music, I tried to give some sort of insight, and then so I more basically just thought of it on the spot or through DMs with you, the concept, and I guess you like the reaction of a few people in the crowd. I've been working on it. Yeah, like that could be something that would be interesting for an article, but like I don't have an audience, so like the only audience would be the
Yeah,
people who
you have
watch
a
me.
bigger audience than I do. Okay, I have way less
I never
subs
did
than
that
you.
on my own channel, so I could do a stream on my own channel about it and see
You
what type
have
of
an
reaction.
audience. You already are a personality. Arguably, he's more famous than me. We could do a sondage, but he obviously is because he has way more subs than me, period. So, not even worth it. You would already
Okay,
have
so
people
let's
just
wrap it
reading
up. You're just going in circles.
as a
Like,
pure fantasy, but it sounds like for motivation, you would have to find a purpose that was outside of yourself at this time. And I won't belabor the point, it's fine. My concern is more along the lines of motivation and longevity, but it seems like you already have that all figured out. But yeah, we can put it out there, and maybe someone is interested to develop the idea. Would that be enough to do it? If someone else wanted to write it out for you?
well, I mean, someone else wrote it and asked me to look at it, but I was saying, like, I mean, even if just a handful of people asked me to write something, I would. Even if one person just asked me to write something, I would probably do it. But like, just because like sometimes like, I think like you're just be stupid for no reason. I can't tell if you're just
I'm
just like
trying to get
talking
you
for
in touch
talking.
with a long-term manageable motivation source, but I'm skipping too many steps, so it's coming across
I'm,
as
I'm I'm a
incoherent.
goal-oriented person, and saying my goals right now don't include uh, you're just writing random. Although I mean, generally it's a positive thing, and if you wanted to turn like week in review into like a newsletter or something like that, I would try writing. But like like I don't even have a blog. I don't know where I'd write it. I don't know if like you want me to like guest write an article on your blog or something like that. But like as of now, I don't see it happening. So like if you want to develop like a week in review newsletter or something, like yeah, I would probably write for it. And even if just like one or a few people in chat were interested, I would probably do it. But as of now, I don't see it. And like and it's saying like uh, I'm saying my encouragement for you to publish a paper. Uh,
I
I mean,
don't
one
not
thing
want to
I'm not
publish
a
a paper.
nagger,
For
so
me,
like if you
the
find it
pros and the
annoying, I just
cons
stop
don't line
doing
up.
it. But like,
For
no,
me,
I'm
the
a
pros and the
goal-oriented
cons aren't
person,
there yet.
and I look at that as a legitimate goal. And just like writing for the sake of writing, like no, man, like for multiple truth, I mentioned like I already said a year ago, like yeah, I wanted to write a book on multiple truth hypothesis, and Week in Review wasn't going in the direction of us doing that, and that's why I hit you the other few weeks about like writing on the quantum periodic table. I showed you. I mean, even just like your dumb stupidity. I mean, like why would I lied about that? Like my chemistry teacher had a 3D periodic table. I told you. It's like I even showed you the picture. Like that my I had to go to some like stupid alumni event in order to ask my high school chemistry teacher whether she actually had a 3D periodic table because like your stupidity that you thought like I was lying to you that my chemistry teacher actually had a pyramid 3D table on her periodic table on her table.
I wasn't denying that. I was denying the interpretation that it somehow trivialized my model of entangled space-time.
It doesn't have anything to do with your model. Just saying that I told you my chemistry teacher had said that, and that was why I even was interested in what you said because it was something that my chemistry teacher had told me.
I'm sorry for being a bitch about it. I won't belabor it, but I'm down to transform. If anyone in the chat thinks Doovid should write something,
I mean, we've given up on that. Like I'd mentioned it a few weeks ago, and then like so we just gave up, and so now we're not writing a paper on your 3D, on the.
First, we're doing the Jaimungal thing. I am 100% Jaimungal centric right now until I've got my video and my presentation and everything. And now that I've talked to you and I'm talking to someone else and several other people, so I'm going to move forward on those video presentations. I haven't decided if I'm going to make them unlisted or public yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, so if you have something goal oriented, like you have an appearance on a bigger show, and
but if
that's
somebody were to offer to, again, transcribe for me these other domains, I could, do that. I could bang that out quickly. But I feel I need to be supervised to write on a particular topic with experts so that I don't make a mistake. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I mean maybe if I had a appearance coming up on a bigger channel for like like some chess channels, like like Doovid want me to come on and talk about the multiple truth hypothesis, that I would start putting together like a paper on it. But like I don't have that coming out. I'm not self-promoting myself, so it doesn't look like it's happening. But you're saying it's general goal-oriented person. Like other goal, like I'm trying to build up my business. I'm doing my general studies. Like I'm pretty busy. That I'm not pursuing just some random venue that I don't see a purpose in. So like, but if if I had, like if Kurt Jaimungal was reaching out to me to speak to me about the multiple truth hypothesis, maybe I would, I would probably put together a paper on it or a presentation. But like no one
That's
is.
my whole idea is like I had the blog. Without the blog, he wouldn't have wanted to talk to me, I'm sure.
Well, I thought you self-promoted yourself.
Well, technically, I got into a conversation with him, and then he asked about it, and then I said I would send it to him. That's as close as I got to self-promoting, but yeah.
I mean, you were in his chat. You self-promoted yourself in his own chat.
I identified myself as a person who existed, who had a unified field model. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not in any. I'm not in anybody's chat like now. So like, it wouldn't even.
I wasn't always in someone's chat, and I wouldn't have gone into the chat without having my corpus of writing that I wrote for myself. Is the whole point I was trying to get to, but obviously it's missing the mark somehow. So please don't be offended by what I said. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Well, I'm saying essentially, like you're on the show because you self-promoted yourself.
And because I had a blog with years worth of stuff on it, like he can click around. It's not just a random
Well, you know that
PDF
saying
that I
like
emailed him.
I was saying because you were in his chat and you were talking about it, you don't know whether he looked at your blog or not. You're saying he might have had you on just because you were promoting yourself in his chat.
Possibly. I haven't asked
So
him.
you're just, yeah. I mean, if you're hypothesizing that it has something to do with your blog or not, I don't see that you're giving evidence. I think because you
Well,
were in
it's
his
in the
chat.
description. My blog is in the description of his video, so I beg to differ. Like that's nonsense here.
Your blog's in the description of what video?
One of his videos.
He
It
put
doesn't
your
matter.
blog in.
The point is that with the with the blog is what you can point people to reference your ideas. And if you don't want to write, that's fine. I just thought it would be great to hear you explain the multiple, to have more people understand the MTH than just me, who scarcely understands it. Probably better than most people. My idea was just to like instant or
Yeah, I mean,
substantiate
saying
it
if
working.
I wanted like if it's like Judy, if I was in someone's chat talking about something of a blog, even if I didn't have a YouTube page, I might be able to get an interview just from self promoting myself in their chat. That
Totally depends on the subject, though. I mean, what do you want to talk about on a stream? You know, you don't want to
I
be
mean,
talking
I
about
don't
just
have any
anything.
video. I don't have any like writings on Judaism, and I still like on Adam Green's talking about Judaism or a common guest on different platforms talking about Judaism. Like Jai Devi invited me. Like I didn't have a blog. Like I just even I mean, she promoted my YouTube channel, but even if I didn't have a YouTube channel, she might have still had me on to talk about Judaism just because she wanted the subject was interesting and somehow we connected, and I demonstrated maybe having a profile definitely makes a difference. It adds credibility. But it's saying that you're just saying that generally, like if you're self promoting yourself, that's so I'm not self promoting myself, and so there's no one that I'm promoting myself to get on their channel. If there was someone like streaming about chunking theory, uh, like consciousness, I mentioned the science of consciousness. If they had a public thing with open chat, maybe I would be self promoting like the science of consciousness with Hammerov. Maybe I would have self promoted my ideas if they had an open forum and a chat, but they didn't. And even their Zoom call, I signed up for that, and I was part of their chat until someone bombed it and they shut it off. Uh, the comment section. I'm not so like comment section is people don't even read that. It's
You're
hard.
getting ahead of yourself here.
I'm not getting. I'm saying something simple. They're saying that I would be promoting myself if there were the venues. So saying if the Science of Consciousness conference was live on YouTube and had a chat, I would probably be in it and might, so to say, be promoting myself. But they don't. If there were some experts on chunking theory that were like making videos and had a chat, I would probably be in it promoting myself. There's no venue for really me to promote. Uh, I mean, there are venues, but there's not what I would consider good venues, open venues for me to promote what I'm doing. So I don't. If if Stuart Hamerov or this had somehow been interested to have me present at his Science of Consciousness conference, I would have prepared something. I would have worked hard and did my best to present something. He didn't. I didn't self promote. And I wasn't hanging on Stuart Hamerov like, please let me be part of your conference. And he probably wouldn't have had me anyways.
Why would he have you? You're not an expert on consciousness.
Well, I think I am, but no, I don't have credentials. Like I was saying, they have academic credentials. I don't
How are
read
you
books.
an
I don't
expert
issue
on
papers
consciousness exactly?
because I think about it all the time. I have my
That
own
does not
theory.
qualify you as an expert.
Yeah, I don't have any credentials
So why would you go on a show to talk about consciousness?
because I have a whole bunch of ideas. Like I've read a whole bunch of books. I know a lot about it. Even among the experts, I know quite a bit about it. But it said like, no, I'm not self promoting myself. I don't think there's a very minimal chance that he would include me in something like that. And so but if they had an open chat, I would probably be in the chat, and but they don't. and even like mind talks or something. I didn't even watch the last one of the what's his name, the panpsychist, like his last mind talks. I've never been live, um
Are you talking
but
about Philip Goff
yeah,
or
I didn't even watch the last mind talks one, like, but
guy, other guy? Which one are you talking about? Or
but Philip
Hammeroff?
Goff, like
Okay.
Philip Goth. So he actually has mind talks and it's live and there's a chat, and like, yeah, even that, like, I don't even think, like, even if I was in his chat, like, saying good things, and he was like, wow, you know a lot, Duva, like, why don't you be my next guest on mind chat? um I mean,
Because
it's possible.
having a great memory is not a marker of being a master of consciousness.
Well,
And
I
even
say
a
I
master
would
of
be if I
consciousness is
was
going
in
to be
his chat.
denied their teachings are right for a
If
while.
I was in his chat instantaneously making smart comments about what they're talking about, like, like you, so to say, on theories of everything, you're in his chat making comments that are intelligent, so he took you seriously and he'll have you on, even if your credentials are lacking. So I was saying in mind
I
chat,
don't really think they're lacking, but all right.
well, I mean, relatively they are.
It depends what you consider credentials, right? Like I have a lot of experience that most people don't have. So yeah, there you go. I have
Yeah,
real
so I
people that
say
I
that
can
for
point to and say
consciousness.
like, oh, those people
I
accept my
say that for
authority.
consciousness, that like no one
There's
talking
literally
about.
nobody presenting themselves as an authority on consciousness. It's floating there as an undefined domain.
Yeah, so I mean, but if I was in the chat, in mind chat, and I was making really smart comments on what they're talking about, it's possible that he'd be like, "Oh, like, Doovid, why don't you come on as one of my guests?" But like, even that, like, I don't even know if anything would come from that. And but that would be self promotion. And as of now, I'm not doing it. I don't see that as a venue. So like, like, I try to tell you to, like, maybe be more serious. Maybe we can review that said we can't have guests on. We haven't been able to create the show in a way to have guests, and so I haven't even reached out. So I gave up on to even reaching out to people and trying to get them on Week in Review. Charles Moskowitz is political. It's very difficult to book him guests. Um, I tried minimally. I got him a handful of guests, uh, but even for Week in Review, like, I mean, I complained to you for months, and I just gave up. I don't even invite guests on to Week in Review. But so even like this guy I'm talking to Wednesday, I didn't even think to invite him on Week in Review. I just set up a show, and I'm going to speak to him on. So the last few people um, I booked for my show, I didn't even mention Week in Review. I just booked them for my channel. But like, for a topic that you might have what to say, like, you haven't made Week in Review the type show where it's, that even if I could book Philip Goth for the show, it probably wouldn't make sense to have him on Week in Review anyways. That, because I wouldn't be able to promote that, and I don't even know any difference. Like, if I could get Philip Goff to do an interview with me on my channel, like, what that would accomplish. So you could think
Well,
about that.
if you know as much about consciousness as you think, you should be able to trip him up. I mean, he's a panpsychist.
I'm not trying to trick him up and say, well, yeah, I've read like 100 books on conscience. I think about it all the time. Like, I've
Does
read.
that confer you the status of expert?
Well, no, because expert is conferred through the academic system, and say he has a PhD. He went to good universities and even to rabbinic schools. Like, from a Judaic sense, I might be able to establish credibility. Like, I went to prominent schools in Israel. I studied under rabbis. Like, he's a well, like, what does Hasidic Judaism says. If I could establish myself in Hasidic Judaism, like, these are the most prominent Hasidic rabbis that do meditation, and I studied under them. But they don't give credentials in the same way academic system. And so, like, Theology Unleashed, okay, so he included me, and I had my credentials that, like, I studied in this rabbinic school under these rabbis. They were like, Jai Devi. People are interested in Adam Green, Orthodox Jew Responds. And then you could be Doovid, has credibility, not necessarily as a rabbi, but I even saw someone started posting. They called me an Orthodox rabbi, and like I don't call myself an Orthodox rabbi, but a scholar on Judaism that I could give credentials, and like
Well,
even
did
though,
you want to open up the liability for another thing like what happened with Joseph Cohen, I believe his name was? The gotcha moment thing?
well, I did, but I was saying like at the end of the day, I stood by. Like I went to these schools, I studied under these rabbis, and Judaism's a controversial subject. I'm saying things he doesn't agree
Well,
with.
I thought we were talking about consciousness. Now it's on it to, just switch the topic here.
But no, I'm saying because Judaism's like that. Like I'm saying, like I have a degree from a top rabbinic school, and at the end of the day, Joseph Cohn stood down. Like he called me up, I stood up for myself, and then he still was calling me out,
Sure.
and so I started publicly calling him out, and he stood me down. I mean,
Alrighty
like
then.
he stood down, and saying because like I mean even like Mossad or something like that, he was saying like I mean I would stand him down because at the end of the day, I went to the top rabbinic school in Jerusalem. I studied under the top rabbis in Jerusalem. Like those are credentials.
Just imagining you.
I don't have any worries
Battlefield
about. I don't have
president.
any worries about that. Like I've been dealing Judaism, like I give my credentials. I'm happy. I'm not worried about that. But saying those are
Okay.
just credentials within something minimal that most people don't care that much about Judaism. In Judaism, there's a lot of sectarianism and conflict about it. But that may not be a credential for someone in consciousness to speak to me, like Stuart Hameroff. He's going to be like, well, like, okay, I want to speak to you because you studied under these famous Hasidic rabbis. He may not care.
Tinkle wants to know your favorite book on consciousness.
I'm not a favorite book type. There's a lot of good ones. I'm reading many all the time. Start with one, like just pick one, start with one, and then read a bunch of them. But like generally anywhere you start, even if it's not the greatest book, just start. I mean,
Reading is an
credentials.
ongoing thing, but you don't want to necessarily be just reading books, periodicals, commentary, getting a nice broad
Yeah, I mean, just start like
amount of
saying
info.
read lots of books on, and then you get a feel. And even if you start with bad books, that like you start read some bad books, and you come on to better books, and you'll understand why the some of the other books you read weren't so good.
I don't
I
know
mean,
if you. Sorry, go ahead.
I've went over books on my shelf many times, and like I have books. I have the Bennett books, the Hofstadter books. I've went over many books on Week in Review, my own channel. You can check out those videos.
Wow,
I
4 hours
don't
and
even have a
40
single
minutes.
book, but like when you ask for a good book on consciousness, nothing comes to mind. Like in terms like a book I would recommend because there's not really any definitive good books on the subject.
There's one book that I read when I was a teenager called Modern Cosmology and Philosophy, and it is so dense. And it's the closest I would recommend to a book on consciousness, but really it's what is data about cosmological events telling us in relation to the observation event. We have talked about this question of expertise. Like, I don't know if you want to answer Daryl's question or if you want to get off or what, Doovid, but we have gone into this the question of expertise many times.
Yeah, I mean, I had even thought of doing those streams. Like chess is very competitive. There's always people better than you. And there's a lot of people better than me, and then they will say like you don't know what you're talking about. But I
What about
mentioned
asking them what percent of their success they attribute to memory
I mean
and
because it's a
gathering that
game.
data?
Most kind of like I don't know, most because it's just a game at the end of the day, people, kind of just like, well, I'm awesome. So people will portray themselves as like not working and just being great, and then like, aha, I won. So most people who play and are good at it play purely for the enjoyment of winning. So it's just like the top players is like, aha, I beat you because I'm better than you. Ha ha ha. Uh, rather than like talking about mental techniques or anything like that. Um, but the Erickson and um, Go, Fernand and the Gobet books on expertise are the top books on the subject. You relate to chunking theory and
I don't know if it's
Fernand
a troll, but there is someone in the audience saying you're awesome now. So I don't think it's the
Rockefeller.
right mindset, but there's at least two people
Or
that want to
maybe
hear
it's
you
the same
weigh
guy
it.
that
Possibly a troll.
maybe
Looks
it's
like
the same
a
guy who
high
does the.
testosterone.
He's probably the same guy who does the um, Jacob Wallenberg account, maybe. But yeah, let's wrap it up and let's keep on point. So good work. You're writing your outline, and so hopefully next week you'll have some more work on that and make forward. Maybe it's possible that I'll write some sort of synopsis. I hadn't even prepared. Like I didn't even think
Just
I wasn't.
anything. Like when you did that diagram, it was really good. And just that type of thing is
Honestly, I
great.
didn't. This week I didn't even have a song prepared, and so right before I mentioned, I just thought like, oh, what I'll do. So I was like, oh, Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. So that like literally as you were starting the stream, I just thought of a song, and that's what I thought of. I didn't prepare that, so I'm not sure if I'll even. But you will see if I'm inspired, maybe to think about that more. But I didn't really think of music. I didn't listen to music this week, and it was literally like as week in review was starting that I was like, oh man, what song should I do? And I just thought Guns N' Roses. So we'll see. Have a good week. And I didn't mention like the last hour, like your microphone, like scratching. I'm not sure exactly what the annoying noise is, but there's been this annoying noise. Um, it sounds like a scratching noise or something. Like you're. But okay, yeah, real good to see you. So I'll sign off. Have a good week, and hopefully next week, if you do more on your Kurt Jaimungal, your
Always a
preparation for that.
scratching sound happening? Are you saying there's always a scratching sound or only when I unmute?
Well, I don't know whether you're muted or not. I can't see that, but I think it was there again a little bit. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, when you're talking, if it's a scratching sound, if it's an external noise that's coming into the microphone, or if it's something part of your microphone, I can't tell.
Maybe the audio failed somehow and it stopped taking in audio from the normal.
There
I don't know.
wasn't.
Is it happening now? Is the audio terrible?
Your
Or I
audio's
can't really
fine, but
tell.
there's like this added like scratching sometimes. I'm calling it like a scratch, but this added kind of like a distortion
All
that
right.
that it's
Is it
hard
still
to
is it
tell.
still there? Is it still there right now?
It's not consistent, but like
Okay.
1 out of 10 seconds it's there, and it's been
Okay.
rather consistent the
I'm
last
sorry.
hour. And like I call it like a scratching because it's like an additional noise. I can't tell if it's a distortion of your voice or if it was like some external noise, like you like scratching on the table, or if it's some sort of a digital noise.
I'm sorry. It's my headset. I'm just getting used to using it. It's the first time I've used it and it's hitting against itself. I think. If it's not still happening now, I'm holding up the cord. So is it still happening?
I didn't
Is
hear
it
the last 10 seconds, but
okay?
I've basically been hearing the whole night. I just didn't mention it. But yeah, I mean, it could be
I'm
if it's
sorry. I'll figure out a way to get it so that it's not happening and whatnot. But thanks for sticking it out for 5 hours. I thought it was a good show, and I'm looking forward to the next one. And I'm going to try to get at least part of the presentation done. Still not sure exactly how I'm going to put that together, but it'll be targeted at Kurt for the Theories of Everything show.
Okay. So
Good
great.
time.
Have a good week.
You do. Until next time. Okay. There was a question from Daryl. I don't know if it was him being facetious or something, but it was something to the effect of, well, what makes you the judge of an expert? And I don't know if that's a general you. How does one judge expertise in general? Or how do me, myself, judge it? There's a couple different answers to that question because there's like, what are people understanding? Some words sound serious. I think expert's one of those words. Expert. When you're talking about a court appearance, it's a very low bar in that expert is person expected to know more than a lay person on the street about a topic. By that definition, it would be hard to even say that there was such a thing as an expert in consciousness. But then you go to what expert is alluding to, which is authority. And then it's, well, where does information democratization actually take place meaningfully? And that's in the authority is conferred by not the source, it's the recipient who confers on some level authority. There is obviously a quote, free up mind independent authority, if you will. But, right, not really. And Daryl's asking, why do I get to determine who is an expert? Well, did I say that? Am I prescribing or describing here? I'm actually saying that I don't get to determine who an expert is. I can decide who I think is an expert. I'm entitled to do that. Now, if I say I'm an authority, that's like literally levels of only your diary gives a shit about that. Well, what it is an expert depends on the domain. No one's going to deny that these superstar sports players are expert at some level. But yeah, authority does not mean expert. But their meanings are connected. Because it has to do with where the cues and judgments lining up. What do I believe an expert should be? It's domain specific. And some domains, it really doesn't make sense to define experts. I would be inclined to do away with the concept of expert in exchange for authority and have that be more debatable. Well, I said, yeah, exactly, because I know the criteria. The thing is, it's not even necessarily about knowing the criteria of what would qualify someone as an expert on consciousness, that whether such criteria even exist. So hypothetically, if we want to confer expertise of a blah blah when no one's ever heard of a blah blah, then anyone claiming that expertise, it's unfalsifiable because it's an undefined term. And if we want to argue that this is happening to some extent with consciousness, we could, but then we'd also have the evidence that it, seems like we're conscious. But I would say that right now we don't want to go against definitions that already exist. And in this case, expert means something legally. So why would we want to ruffle the feathers of that? The issue is that it sounds serious, like, ooh, an expert. Ooh, expert. I suppose the best we could do is make it clear that expertise is domain specific, and then try to be as clear as possible on framing that domain. So to go to the next step of the unasked question is, should we define expertise on consciousness? Yes. What does that mean? Well, let's think about it. Now, what do we want from these hypothetical consciousness experts? And authority, back to sort of this trifecta of ideas, can't be meaningfully imposed. It's always tendered. So I can have knowledge, some level of authority, but author implies book implies it's kind of being, used by other people. So this is why getting out of your head could be really good. But if Doooovid doesn't want to write out his idea because he doesn't see the value proposition of sharing how to improve your memory through a validated technique, well, I suppose I can't convince him, even though it seems obvious that that's rational. So yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. I hope the show was awesome. And looking forward to the next one. We'll see you next Sunday, if not sooner.